Okay, let's try this. Can y'all hear me now? Oh my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Hi everyone. Oh mercy. Hey James, Dawn, Warrior. Oh, we have 5 people in here, y'all. I have to just tell you. I was like, Jesus, please at least just give me 8. It's terrible. It's terrible because am not as I don't know how to operate all this new thing dangled stuff. Hey Joni, good to see you. And it's not even new. It's just that I've never done anything like this before. So trying to make sure that the camera's turned off so y'all don't have to gross out at me, and then making sure that this is turned on so you guys can hear me and all this other stuff. And it's just a lot, but I promise one day, I'm telling you guys, one day I'm going to be really, really good at this. Jesus, please 8. Yeah, for sure, warrior. I don't know. I just feel good with the number 8. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think because my last live we had 8 people, and I felt really comfortable around the 8 people that we had. So that's fun. That's fun. How's everybody's weather? We got snow here in Indiana, in my part of the woods. I think just about the whole state did. We were only supposed to get 1 to 3 inches. I'm pretty sure we got a good 5. And it was gorgeous. Warrior, y'all don't get snow out there, right? Joni, where are you from? Did you get snow? Is it freezing in your part of the woods? I think Joni dipped. How much snow did y'all get, James? Oh, that's right. So you, Warrior, y'all are in your summer months right now, correct? Oh, Joni's still here. North Carolina. North Carolina. I love me some North Carolina. I'll tell you that right now. I love some North Carolina. Is it cold over there in North Carolina? Sunshine for the past 3 weeks, which is awesome. No snow this year or last year. Hmm. I love the snow uh, a lot, but I don't want any snow after March. And then I just get totally pissed off if there's no snow in December, which the last couple years here in Indiana, we haven't had snow on Christmas. So I'm just like, screw it. It didn't come, don't come now. But usually January and February are coldest months, and that's when we get it. So, yeah, I actually cooked chicken, and it was so cold. I've got a fire in the fireplace, which is really nice. 48, 48 there. Wow. I don't even know what the temperature is here. All I know the temperature is cold. Let's see. We get snow, but in Tasmania and MT Bulla and another MT, I can't recall. Mountain? Does MT mean mountain? I can't recall. Thank you for asking. Oh God, I'm excited to ask. I love learning about people's lives, their places, what's happening over there. I'm probably too nosy. I do much better at being a sub because I just like learning about people. I don't like cold weather from Indiana. Yeah, you are definitely a beach girl, Dawn. I know that. Yes, mountain, empty mountain. Okay, got it. Got it. So, are the mountains over there really, are the mountains over there really, are they more rocky or do they have like a lot of shrub and trees and stuff? I never been to Australia. I would love to go. More than that, I just want to learn how to have the accent. You know, Team Rose, she's got that accent down pat on different places, but I think she does the Aussie accent the best. Work on closed captions. Yes, Jimmy, I'm so sorry. Um, I will work on that. I laid down and I took a nap before this live because I thought that there was something I was really looking forward to watching tonight on YouTube, and I heard it got canceled. So my plan was to lay down and take a nap. So Team Rose, say what up? I'll say hey to Team Rose. I was just talking about you. I'm glad you heard me say your name. um, no, I was saying that you have it down pat, that Aussie accent, and I would like to learn too. Um, but yeah, I laid down to take a nap because I knew I was going to be up later tonight, and there was something I was really looking forward to seeing on YouTube. And there's a lot going on in the streets right now, and um, so I guess it got canceled. And well, here we are. Well, I had planned on going live anyways, but just because I have it in a couple of days, and I need to get into a groove. I need to get into get some kind of you know, routine going, and just so it'll be easier. But it's really hard starting something like this from the ground up, you know. I am just starting a book on love, relationships, friendships, etc., and how they go. Oh, that Team Rose, if you want to come up on panel in just a little while, I would love to hear about that. Absolutely love it. How do you write your own books? Because I always say I should write a book, but I definitely would need a ghostwriter. I would definitely need a ghostwriter to write because not that eloquent, and I don't have that much patience. Rose, I did see your short today when you were coloring, and I just thought, man, because at first I thought you were gonna like really break out all the pencils and really color. And then when I saw what you were doing with the wet crayon so it colors itself, I was like, that's exactly how my brain feels. So, um, yeah, com it's called Conversations of Love. How interesting. I wish this was not about relationships. I could drive Dr. Phil crazy. Ah, well, never too old to learn, right? Everybody feels something. I'm working on my own book now, first one besides photography books. Yeah, very, very imaginative, and it comes out in everything you do. I mean, you paint, you sculpt, you. I mean, I watch you, girl. I see what all's going on over there. You love flowers. You and Dawn would get along great with that flower thing. Like I told you, I can't grow a plastic plant. I love them. I absolutely do love them, and I just need someone to come and do me some flower gardens and then come and clean them up for me all the time and make them grow. It was a kid toy. I got it for my grandson, so I thought I would make it a cool video. I thought it was good because I was like, Rose is coloring outside the lines and the colors are just showing up beautifully. And, that's the way that I feel in my brain a whole lot. Your grandson is he the only, I got it for my youngest daughter, but want to read it now. Is the grandson that you were sharing with all of us, is that your only grandchild, Rose? Curious to know. Tell me all about that. Hi, guys. There's 10. Oh my God. I prayed for 8 people. Y'all, there's 10 people in here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Um, I guess we'll find out if I was worth showing up for. I know there's a lot of lives going on right now. Good grief. There's so much drama going on out there in all the crevices of YouTube. The cesspools are blowing over. And sometimes it's easier to watch a train wreck than it is to just get on here and watch or participate in something that's just not drama fueled. And I'm not gonna lie, I I get on to watch the train wrecks too. It's like putting your freaking hands over your face, but you know you're peeking through them fingers because you wanna see it too. So I get it. I don't hate people for that. I haven't sculpted in years, but I wanna get back to it. Also thought about getting out tempering machine today to make chocolate. Oh, make me some chocolate. Some chocolate. Be best friends, make me some chocolate. You're very, very crafty, Rose. Yeah, and I bet I could come up and we could talk relationships. I would love that. I would love that. Yes, please, please, please hit the like button, and subscribe. Hey, I have a beef. You guys have been around YouTube for a long time, much longer than me. I've only been here about 2 years. Um, this is what pisses me off. Well, there's a lot that I stay pissed off. Listen, I am a middle-aged pissed off woman. If there's nothing to be pissed off about, I guarantee you I'm gonna make it up. I will make it up. I dream about it. I wake up shitty with my husband. Like I tell him every time, like, you pissed me off. You pissed me off in my dream. And I will stay good and mad for a day and a half. I'm not kidding you. And I will hold that against him until the cows come home and I make up another dream to be pissed off about. It's just who I am. It's just who I am. So I I uh I think I'm such a big mess, that's for sure. I felt so bad. I got so mad yesterday in the end. I wish I was more chill. You know what? That's called I think it's called passion. And I'm not making excuses for it. I'm not because I'm oh God, am I ever a hothead too? I'm just a real hothead too. Um and it's bad whenever it gets worse whenever you're hurt to your bone, right? Is that right? Because people who you don't love can't 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 touch you to the core. And then um, when that person hurts you, then the trust is broken, and it takes a little while to get that back. So I I don't I look at it as passion because not a lot of people can come to that point. My husband, you can't push him to that point. You just can't. He's so like even. Like his water does not ripple at all, and it just doesn't. He's just a smooth, easy person, and then there's me up on top of this hill and down in that valley and in 1st gear or 5th gear, you know what I mean? I'm never, never, never hardly in the middle. Um, and I would like to say that came with age, but it didn't. I think I've been pissed off my whole life. Just now I have an excuse because 'cause I'm a middle-aged woman, and that's what people expect us to be, just shitty people. Um, so let's see, what else is the chat saying? Y'all hit that like button. Y'all hit the subscribe button, please. Let's see. Haha, the pissed off club for sure. But you know what? I object to bullshit. I've been doing that for a long time. So I was glad somebody coined that phrase, and I think you should absolutely trademark that. Object to bullshit. Fucking bullshit. No offense, according to Leanie. Worst half. I don't you know what? The other thing about being a middle-aged woman to me is that I don't get offended that easy. I really don't. I laugh it off. I just I mean, you could call me any name in the book, you could say whatever. I just don't because there's nothing you can call me or say about me that I haven't already said or called to myself, right? So I'm not offended. I'm just not. I wished I was. I think I might be a little bit of a better person if I could get offended, but I'm really not offended. Now, I will tell you, I get offended really, really, really fast if it comes to my children and people I really care about. I can get offended like really fast. But when it comes to me, I'm just like, what? I don't have it. I don't have it in me. I don't. When one person is the only one expressing the strong emotion and the other one doesn't, it can be out of balance. I yeah, I feel that because, I live with that, right? Like, my husband is very even-keeled, he's not gonna raise his voice, he's not gonna show emotion, so, automatically, what my brain goes to is because he's not yelling back at me or fighting with me, that he doesn't care as much as I do, right? Because he could sleep at night. He could be like, "Look, we gotta shut this down because I gotta work in the morning," and he'd go to bed, and the minute he puts his head on the pillow, he's going to sleep, and I'm over there tossing and turning and having all kind of fits and thinking of just getting up and punching him in the mouth, you know? Um, so those are difficult relationships. I live one of those. So yeah, I get it. Preach it, Lee. Yep, that's me. Let's see. I think it's better when both people show emotion, so the burden of expressing emotion is only on one person. Yeah, and then you don't feel like such a dick, right? Because you're the person that's being the banshee, trying to get your point across over and then not only do you have to get your point across, but if you're like me, you have to tell that same freaking story 50 different ways because you feel like it's not penetrating, right? Because they're not showing any emotion towards it, um, or even fighting back with you, you feel like, okay, you're not getting it, so let me turn it this way and let me explain it to you this way. And then what ends up happening? That's how the word nag came about, right? Yep. That's how the word nag came about. And it's not just with your significant others that is with me, it's about other people. They think you're a nag because if they don't learn how to communicate with you, even if it's not to the extent of how you communicate or even on your level, but just some sort of communication, then we see it as you're not feeling me. You're not getting me. And James, yes, you can offend me, just not much. That's true. A ma. Ha. Yeah. A ma. Yep. That's it. That's it. So I wrote a couple of things down and I'm just going to say one thing on here, and then I'm gonna ask Rose to come up if she has time, and then we'll go over some I did do some bullet points on things. Now, some people may look at this or come in here or replay later, and I just wanna say hey to the people that do watch replays. I watch replays. If I miss people that I really like their content, I definitely watch the replay, and I definitely hit the the thumbs up for them. 'Cause I appreciate them taking the time, you know, so I just wanna say thank you to those that will watch the replays. Because even though they're just I prayed for 8 people in the chat, um, I think my last 2 lives, I got 70 watches on, which isn't a lot, it's just very minute by YouTube standards, but to me, it was a big deal that somebody cared enough just to listen, so that's cool. He does it, Team Rose. He was departed with 20 for his roof in his attic. Uh-oh, I think I missed something that Rose said. Mm. Yes, I do got the link. Let's see. Invite. Shazam. Oh my God. I did it. Y'all check it out. Round of applause for Blondie. Let's go. Let's go. Round of applause. I didn't have to ask anybody how to do that. I remembered this time. Super proud of myself for that. Super proud. I will pat myself on the back by myself. All right. I just want to thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you. I'm going to take a bow. Done did. Thank you. All right. So some people, maybe if they look back on this or whatever, they may think that it's not a secret what Team Rose and PCT, um, the situation that happened over there. Um, what was the only reason I'm bringing that up is because I was on panel when that happened. I didn't know what the hell was going on because the grief and the strife that was being put out there was prior to me even meeting these two women. But one thing I know about these two women, just from sitting back and watching, and I watched way before I ever said one word to PCT or to Team Rose, um, was that I could tell they cared about each other. Well, when I watched all that go down, Um, and then before that had gone down, PCT somehow, some way had got me to talk about some vulnerable things that I don't share with anybody. And I was actually shocked that she got me to talk about a few things. But when you feel like somebody cares enough about you, you kind of forget that there's 120 people in chat that are listening to to your trauma too, right? And that's what was going on. And I was just amazed that I was able to say some of the things that I said, and I was grateful for it. And then all hell broke loose, and that ended that. Um, for me, it was probably a blessing because I um, didn't really want to say what all I did say. And I definitely am glad I didn't get the chance to go any further. But mixing everything that happened between Rose and PCT, and then the stuff that I was talking about, and this and the other panel guest. I don't want to say his name because it's just I don't feel comfortable enough yet saying a whole bunch of names that even though I'm not being derogatory or nothing, but he was sharing his own trauma, some of the things that he's going through too. I just thought, what is this relationship thing? Is it worth it? Is there such thing as having YouTube relationships and really, really care about somebody on YouTube, somebody you'll never meet, or somebody who um, you will only have an online relationship with, or somebody who you'll only have a message or text relationship with? Are those real? I want to know. I want to know. I want to know your thoughts on it. So I thought I'm going to discuss that. I want to know what people think. I don't want to rehash the PCT Rose discussion that's going on just because I feel like that's been done. And I think um, at this point, that enough has been said publicly, that they need to uh, do some things in private together. But I know I feel the passion from both of these women, right? I feel the I see the hurt. I feel the hurt, and I think everybody who was there in both um, both of the channels, that I think both everybody can feel both creators are hurting for, you know, and you only hurt because you love. Yeah, Rose, you come up whenever you want to. I'm ready for you whenever you want to. So Rose is going to come up in 2 minutes, and I'm happy to have her. I'm happy to have whoever wants to add to it. All I'm going to ask is that I know people are um, some people have chosen sides. I'm not going to take sides. Everything that happened was before me. Um, all that was talked about was before me, so I don't have a dog in the fight. But it all boils down to relationships, right? It all boils down to love, how you interpret love, how you accept love, how you give love. And so I thought, you know what? We're going to talk about that. And it doesn't have to be about PCT and Rose's relationship. It could be about your significant other relationship. It could be a parental-child relationship, um, siblings. But I guess I'm really concerned and I'm really thinking, is it possible? Is it possible have to love someone so deeply over the internet? Is it possible? And I'm gonna give you my take on that after I hear and read what some of you have to say. And I'm gonna try my best. Hi, Teacup Mama. Hello, hello. Welcome. I'm gonna try my best to keep up um, with the chat as well as what we're going to talk about on panel. I'm going to try my best, but I have to tell you, I'm still new at this. This is only my third live. I'm still new at this, so I want to give my attention to whoever's on the panel, but at the same time, I want to engage with um, the people in chat. And all I'm going to ask you to do um, is just hear us out, hear whoever's on the panel out, have your own opinion, but please, 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 please be kind to everybody. Even if your worst enemy is sitting right up there above you, just be kind. You don't have to agree with them. Believe me, I'm a freedom of speech girl. You hear me? Freedom of speech girl. But you don't have to go low. You don't have to get everybody to jump on your side. Not here. There's a place and time for that. But here, I just want to know, what is it? What what relationships are endearing? All right, let's welcome up Team Rose. Hi, lovely lady.
Hello, my dear. Good to see you. Congrats
Good to see
on
you.
doing a live.
You know that.
Excellent.
Thank you. You know that picture that you have on there? You have freckles, don't you?
Yeah, I'm very fair skinned. That's picture actually is a picture's probably 5 years old.
Mine is too.
Okay.
But I love your freckles. Do you try to cover them?
I mean, it was summer. That picture was in during the summer. I probably had some sun on me, and now I'm more pale, probably. So,
Okay.
I
So they
yeah. I mean,
go ahead.
why do you have freckles? Do you?
I don't. I wish I did.
Well, I mean, a lot
My
of people.
sister has freckles. She has the most beautiful freckles. I love
Oh yeah.
freckles.
I think Tina might have
You know,
freckles, but I'm not sure since I was trying to remember what she was saying about but anyway, yeah, no, freckles are cute. If I had freckles, I wouldn't try to cover them up necessarily. I just try to even my skin tone sometimes, if
yeah.
with that I mean, my makeup routine's pretty simple. It's the most limited, it's the fewest things you could possibly do and still do anything at all. I
You
just have
have beautiful skin. You
thank
do.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
have seen you on camera and I'm just like, you have, everybody was talking about in your chat. They were like, Rose, your skin and your grandson has just brought you to life. And so
I
basically
look okay when I'm
I
happy. When I'm unhappy, I don't look. My face shows everything I feel, so I have to be feeling pretty good, and to look good. And if I don't feel happy, you can see it in my face, and I will not look so good.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have game face either. I really don't. You know, there are women out there today that are putting freckles on their face because
Really?
that's how, yes, with makeup, they take
Are
these,
freckles back in, or something? Are
they're
freckles
back
in?
in. Everybody wants
Wow.
freckles. I want
Really?
freckles. I have some on my shoulders because I'm so fair,
Oh
but
my
so
god.
that's like, too much
Yeah.
sun. But
Yeah.
natural freckles are just the cutest little thing,
Mm.
just the cutest. So tell me about this book, lady.
Well, I've been wanting to write my memoirs basically for probably 5 years, maybe 10 years. I don't know. But since 10 years has been a lot for, from 50 to 61 or 51 to 61. So I'm just writing about all what I want to teach basically in my whatever my life experience was that led me to these great ideas or things that I've learned. I mean, how old are you? I'm 61. How old are you? Or do you
Mm,
not like to
I
give
think
that?
I'm no, I don't mind at all. I'm not happy about it. I'm happy about aging just because I'm living, but the age, yeah, I'm not doing it as gracefully as you, but I think I'm 54 or 53. I was born in 1969. You do the math. I can't ever remember.
Okay,
I
well
seriously can't.
you're 8 years younger than me.
Okay.
So I guess that means you're 53.
Okay.
But you lose track after 50. It's like once you're 50. I hated being 50. Well, I remember I liked turning 50. I thought that was cool. I was okay with it. I was feeling pretty good about what was going on, and I mean a lot of shit was very stressful when I was 50, but there was a lot of things I was happy about as well. And I was happy that I was like alive and in less pain that I had been, and that I'd finally made
Uh-huh.
it to California. And I mean, just a lot of things I had wanted to do I was doing, so I was happy about that stuff. I was dealing with court and all this other bullshit with my ex and my daughter, but but then 51 was like, rah, rah. It's like, oh God, now the numbers get sucky from here.
Right.
It's like 51,
Uh-huh.
53,
Yeah.
But let me tell you, it gets better. Once you get into it, it gets better and better as you get older.
So you don't feel like, hey, Lindley, it's good to see you.
I love getting
You don't
older. I
feel
think it's
like
no, I
really.
used to be a really afraid of aging and like really dreading the whole thing and worried about it and how it was going to go. And not that long ago, I thought I'm going to end up in a wheelchair because I'm in so much pain. And even when my
Mhm.
mom was still alive, I was like, she was age dying in front of me. I had a huge amount of health issues with all this arthritis and this crippling. I have a lot of crippling autoimmune diseases that I was fighting constantly, trying to get shit done while taking care of my mom's who had Alzheimer's. It's really, really a tough time. So I was like, Mom and I are going to be in wheelchairs together, holding hands. But
Wow. Uh-huh.
then after she passed, and then I've spent the last 3 years bawling my eyes out and dealing with a lot of PTSD. But now that I've come sort of through a lot of that, my body is way better regarding pain. I'm not as in much pain. I get tired a lot, but I'm not limping in agony like I was. So I feel like I've healed some of that. I've also healed a lot of my PTSD. Things that triggered the heck out of me are I can handle better now. People that used to drive me like literally push me to the brink. I can see their name and not get so upset. I still get upset
Nice.
obviously about some stuff, but I mean, I feel like even with that whole thing yesterday, I was listening back to someone. I was like, oh my God, I get so mad. I just go off and I can't even stop. It's like, we're supposed to be, I feel like I'm supposed to be, I don't know. I just wish when I get really pissed, I mean, it takes me a while. I have to like ride that wave almost and then ride the wave until it hits the beach and then resolves itself. I can't just stop that feeling. I have to ride it out. But I feel kind of bad about, I mean, Mab was up there and he's very calm.
He is very calm.
And I wish I
Yeah.
just, I don't know, I wish that, when you're up there, you're reading the chat, you're talking to the person on panel, and if it's going pretty fast, it can be hard to manage. So when I was listening back, I was like, oh, I wish I'd spent a little more time listening to him, what he had to say, and talking instead of just going off, going off, going off. I get worked up, and
Yeah.
yeah, but
But let me ask you this. So after that happens, like whenever you're riding the wave and the wave comes down
hmm
and then you have time to reflect, is
hmm
there any guilt with that comes with that?
yeah. I mean, I was feeling guilty today. I was like, I wish I hadn't gotten so pissed about Sierra. And I'm sort of still wondering, like, why am I so angry at her? I'm still sort of like, I don't know. Why does this thing trigger me so much that yeah, but I'm not always. You know, it depends on how justified I feel. But yeah, I will. Yeah, I feel guilty. I feel bad about it. You know, but if I really feel
Mhm.
justified, it can take me a while. And I've held back a lot of rage that I did not express to people that I felt, and I hid a lot.
Mhm.
So when it came to my siblings and the whole thing with my mom, I did not express in I did not express my anger to them. I would really I would express my anger privately, and then I would write some really sensible email. And they probably had no idea how much raging I was actually doing at home behind the scenes, but
Mhm.
only sending like, so during that time I was doing that so well that I became proud of myself because they were expecting me to lose it all the time and I wasn't losing it. I mean, I was losing it but not in front of them. But it, you
Right.
know, but now I feel like I have no control over, like I'm just like, if I don't know, I don't know how to describe it, but I almost feel like I was broken down so much by what happened with my mother and all the onslaught from all four of my living siblings that and other people and whatever trolls on YouTube, which is the internet stuff. Because you were talking about the internet stuff, I do think that you do, well, we bond, we're emotional creatures, you know, and I feel like I can fall in love with anything, you know. And
Mhm.
I have had emotional relationships through emails where I never met the person and I get
Right.
really attached. And you do develop relationships with people. I used to keep a really strong boundary where I would not get close to anybody on the internet that I met.
Mhm.
And then that boundary was crossed when I met Tina, Paper Cut. She started this messages where you leave messages, and I'd never done that before. So then I started doing that, and then people will, you leave messages back and forth, and I don't spend hours on the phone, but I do leave messages for people when I feel
Right.
like, so, and that's how we have our relationship, and so yeah, you do feel attached to these people. They are real people. The internet is just a
Okay.
vehicle for real people. We're all real people, unless it's a bot or some fake thing.
Right.
But
Right.
have you, like, I mean,
I have, but so I mentioned this on PCT chat one night. I met my husband on here's how far back I go. I met my husband on AOL and in a chat room, and
yeah.
I wasn't looking for a husband. I had a husband.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh
wasn't
God.
I yeah, I
Oh
wasn't looking
God.
for a husband. He wasn't looking for a wife. We were in a married chat room,
Mm-hmm.
which means, hey, we're all married people in here, so there's no lines that's going to be crossed other than probably some flirting, to tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And so it never set out to be that way. If I was
Mm-hmm.
looking for something, I'd have gone to a singles chat room or married and wanting to play. I don't know if you ever um got on AOL, but yeah, it's very
So
much
you divorced your husband and
like
married the new guy?
so we got divorced. My first husband, yes, we got divorced, but it wasn't to marry the new guy. The new guy and I um we were good friends. My sister was on AOL. We were all living in different cities, different states completely. Everybody I knew was on AOL. Friends, I mean, real life friends. People I worked
Mm-hmm.
with. We were all on AOL, and
Mm-hmm.
then you end up developing a clique, right? People who you just click with, and then you end up becoming uh, finding things out about their real life that they're willing to share, and you end up helping them through those things. And in time, it did develop a relationship. And I'm going to tell you, my relationship with my husband now, what did like I said, it didn't start out like that. It was just a regular, just fun kind of someone to hang out with late at night, with my sister and all the funnies and the jokes that we used to tell and stuff. But then, so you end up learning about those people and actually caring about those people, and
Hmm.
you end up sharing parts of your life about those people, and it wasn't until that part of my life that I even knew I was allowed to get a divorce. I didn't
Oh
know I was
wow.
allowed to.
Oh wow.
So, there were people in my life, um, m my now husband, my sister at the time, my brother at the time, all of us were my mom was on AOL, that's
Hmm.
when I realized, "Wait a minute, so I don't he doesn't have to file for divorce, or he doesn't have to sign for me to get a divorce because he's probably gonna kill me,"
Oh
kinda
God.
thing, like, and they were just like, "You're allowed to do it." It's just a whole thing, right?
Hmm.
So, because I married very young, and, um, and I was, married to him, so I knew exactly what he
Do you
wanted
have
me to
kids?
know. Pardon
Mhm.
me?
Do you have kids?
Sure, I have 5 kids,
Oh, five
4
kids.
of yeah, 4 of my own, uh, and my now husband has a son that, Uh, I've been in his life since he was 8 years old, and he actually lived with me from the time I think he was 11 until, uh, he left to go off in the Army after he graduated high school, so he's my kid. He
Wow.
knows he's my kid. So, yeah, I have 5 kids. I have 4 bonus kids that my kids brought into the family, and I have 8 grandchildren. Yeah,
Oh my gosh. How many grandchildren?
8
Eight.
grandkids,
Oh my
8,
God.
and we're
You're
not
only
done.
55 or 54? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, my brother is James, and he just told me that I'm 54, so now I know.
Oh my God. You've got all those grandchildren. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
my oldest daughter just turned last week. This week she just turned, how old did my daughter
So
turn?
do you feel
39.
guilty? Do you feel guilty? Wow, my oldest is 33, my youngest is 22. But do you feel
Ah,
guilty after you get pissed off?
oh, yes.
Yeah.
Like, it isn't it's an whelming. No,
Really?
I get pissed off if, like you said, I ride the wave. If I
Hmm.
ride the wave and I put it out there, but I don't just feel guilty. I will let that beat me up for the rest of my life.
Oh God.
W Yes, it's
That's
terrible. If I could
terrible. I don't
change
really live in the guilt vibration. Like normally I try not to do things to make me feel guilty and but and I don't know, it's really weird. I wonder if should I feel guiltier should I feel guiltier? I mean, my sister feels guilty
No.
about everything she fucking does, and when she feels guilty, she literally gets angrier and acts more crazy, like you did something wrong. When she feels guilty, she manages to spin it where you end up being as if she ends up lashing out is basically what she does when she feels guilty. She almost gets more attacking,
Oh,
and it's
that's a little
terrible.
yeah, that's way different than me because so say me and you got into it, right? We really care about each other where, you know, and I totally just lose my shit, right? And I just
Mhm.
let you
Mhm.
have it. Like,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna sleep that night. I'm
Well,
gonna wait until I
do
just
you
can't.
lose it like that? Well, if you know how guilty you feel,
Yes,
you
yes, I lose it like that too.
even
That's
though
why
you
I
know that you're gonna feel really,
mm,
really bad.
yeah, because I can't help it. Once I'm pushed to that point,
Yeah.
it just the vomit comes out
So
of
I
my
mean,
mouth.
and that's how I feel like I'm and I've been a reactive person. I've been like that for a long, long time. Learning to control my anger has been a big challenge. And I have pulled it off at times when I really needed to, like when I went to court and they expect the wife to act like a nutcase and then they use that against her and take the kids away and all this other shit. That, when you lose it at certain places, it really matters. And, you got to maintaining my cool can be,
Mm,
sometimes the only solution for me to not explode at the wrong place or at the wrong time in front of the wrong people is to literally remove myself from that place. It's like I got to get
mm,
out of here or I'm going to blow, and then I'm going to be seen
mm.
as this horrible person. And so
Mm.
I'll go into the privacy of my car and scream it out there, or and that's why I like living alone too a lot, is because I'm gonna, if I just need to let it out verbally, I'm so grateful no one's here, and I'm not screaming at people at home because no one else is here. It's just me. So unless I am seeing people, but which it's not as often. So it's like I love being alone, so I can process my rage and my crazy without hurting anybody.
Mhm.
But if they
Mhm.
push me like that, like the thing, I mean, I love all the people on my channel, and some people
Mhm.
don't get along, and some people don't
Mhm.
like the other ones on the channel. That's when it's like, oh shit. You're going to
Mhm.
complain about each other being there. It's like I don't want that. I don't want to have to choose people. It's like you don't
Right.
like somebody, as long as they're not bothering you, just get along. But if some of the people say things they don't like, or say something to me they don't like, I don't know. That's what I was running into lately. It's like I like somebody other people don't like, but it's like, but it's my channel, so I should be able to have whoever I want on it without people complaining about who's on there.
Right.
But
Right.
some people who followed been with me a long time, they're like, yeah, we don't like that person. I don't like that person. Why are you entertaining that person? You're no good with that person around, or this is. And I'm like, oh God.
So
That
that
got
falls
complicated.
into, yeah, so that falls in, let me say this really quick. Hi, Mimsy. Thank you for coming in. Anybody else that I missed? Um, Lindley, you have two sets of twins.
I have four
Holy,
children too, two sets of boy girl twins. Oh my God.
can you imagine,
Oh
girl?
my God.
I have to give it
Wow.
up for you for that.
I know, right?
Oh,
I wanted twins when I was pregnant with my first child. I felt like I could handle it, but uh,
yeah, hats off
yeah.
for doing it twice on purpose. Good Lord. Hi, Mimsy. Good to see you. Thanks for, and everybody else that's here. Hey, hit the thumbs up, please. And most importantly, just subscribe to my channel because I'm really shitty right now when I found out that I cannot have a community tab until I have 1,000
Oh
subscribers.
my God. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
How?
That's
How are you
ridiculous.
supposed to reach people like
Oh my,
that? You know
wow.
how
I
long
don't
it'll
even
take.
use, I never use my community tab. I don't even think I don't even read people's community
Oh,
tabs.
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just, they don't come up in my feed that somebody's posted something on their community tab that often.
Well, what I do is I go to, like, the people that I subscribe to, I go to their community tabs
Oh, I
because,
see.
yeah, because I want to see, if you're going to post something special or, just like I try to go to the shorts because
Hmm.
I'm just like, oh, this is just something that was made for me. So, you know
Oh,
what I mean? That's the way it feels.
I do post shorts. I didn't used to,
Yeah,
but
it
yeah, I
feels
do
very,
now.
very personal to me. So I like doing those. I
Yeah.
like seeing stuff like
Some
that.
people really like, I know I've had people at one point, people were like, you can do community. And I was like, okay, what's that? What's that? Another thing to do. So I think what I do is I see my Facebook page as my community
Oh,
post.
okay.
I don't, yeah, for some reason I only think of YouTube as videos and not just like pictures and things like that. I don't know why. I have a mental block about it. I should probably start using it, but I just never visit other people's community pages, so I just don't think of it, unless
Oh,
they
I
tag
gotcha.
me, and then not everybody uses the community. Do you? So let me ask you. I don't know. Do you follow? Are you into true crime, or how?
Yeah.
Okay.
So so the deal was whenever I came to YouTube, um, I, uh, I don't want to really talk about how I came here because I think it's just boring. But when I came to YouTube almost 2 years ago, I was like, I got to figure out something, that I like. So I ended up, I thought YouTube was just for music. Okay, that's how dumb I
Oh.
am. I mean, I was always like hitting my YouTube music and listening to my jam and stuff, and then one day I just punched in because I didn't know you could get YouTube on regular TV. I worked 40-hour weeks. I mean, my baby's 20 years old, so he just went off to college 2 years ago, right? So I was busy. I didn't have time to figure out all this stuff. So when my baby left and I went into the funk and uh everything just started happening, I was like, I found YouTube And then I ended up seeing it on the TV. I punched in true crime and found all this stuff. And I have always, always, always liked crime, liked all of that stuff. I mean,
Mhm.
to the point that my daughter and I actually, because my daughter and I worked for a long time together, and this may sound morbid to some people, but I mean, it just goes with who I am, and I don't apologize for it. But we looked into crime scene cleanup
Oh wow.
seriously as
Oh
a job.
wow. Oh my
Um,
gosh.
yeah, and because they make first of all, they make really good money, but
Uh,
second of all, I don't know, it's just something about it, like but the deal is with crime scene cleanup is that you have to be on call 24 hours on your shift. So, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, they could call you and say, "Hey, we need you to come and clean this up." Blah blah blah. Now, I'm not cool with that. If you want to call me at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and say, "Hey, like, can you come to these apartments and clean all this stuff up?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm there. I'm your girl, you know." But don't call me at 2 o'clock and ask me to get out of jammies and get out of being warm to go and clean up a mess. I wouldn't do that for my own kitchen, much less anybody else's. So that was the end of it for me. I don't care if they paid $1 million a day. I still wouldn't do it just because of that. I can't
wow.
be an on-call girl. You,
Wow.
I can't. I'm
But
not
can you
that.
be a call girl?
I could I could be a I think I could be a call girl if it really was calling. And if I had a decent voice. I hate my voice so much. But if I
Oh,
had a
you should. I
sweet
think your voice
voice,
is nice. I like your voice. What's wrong with your voice?
thank you. My voice is just deep and it's always been deep. Not Miley Cyrus deep, but pretty deep, you
Mm,
know? And I just don't like it. I don't
I like
like it.
it. I
So,
like it, and I'm pretty picky about voices, so you should.
well, you know,
Congratulations, because I like it. Otherwise, I
well,
wouldn't be
thank
talking
you.
to you.
But I guess if I wanted to be a call girl, really all I need is for the guy on the other end to like it, right? So
Yeah.
that's all that would really matter. So,
Right.
and I don't think
Right.
he would be care about my voice as
So,
much as
who do
what I
you
would want
follow?
to
What
say.
cases do you follow?
Uh, well, right now, of course, the Delphi case, which is just difficult. I did a stream on that already. And the Idaho 4.
Mm-hmm.
Gabby Petito, we all as a family jumped into that one on,
Mm.
everybody everybody has a family text going on in their
Oh
families.
wow.
And that just blew up in our family text. We were back and forth every day with that.
Wow.
And that was back before I found YouTube. So I was working. So I had, my girls would text, and give us all the updates on what was going on with that case. So that there is a case you've probably heard about it, a case out of Florida, where that young boy, I think he's 13 years old. I have notes on him. And he unalived his mom, who
Oh
had
God.
just had a baby girl.
Oh my
Um,
God.
and so his little sister was a week, the most 2 weeks old when he unalived his mom, and it's all on nanny cam.
Oh, how do you do
Yeah,
it? Oh my God.
with a knife. Yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah. So I was gonna cover
He
that.
killed his mother with a knife?
Uh-huh.
How old was he again?
Uh-huh. He's like 13 or 14, and
And
it's
they
all
showed it? The nanny
it's
cam showed it, him doing it?
yeah, it's all on nanny cam, but right. They stop the video, like the video that's been put out.
Where, where,
It
where, what room were they in?
It's her bedroom. She had gone to bed with the baby.
And there was a camera in there.
Nanny cam, because her
Did he kill the baby?
no, he did not kill his
Was
sister.
the
No.
baby? Did he just went in the middle? Was it in the middle of the night?
It was, and they've also got video of like and 2 hours prior to him unaliving his mom. He that you see him walking in and out of the door cam. So I'm really interested in that one. I just
So
have to do some more.
no fault. When? So how long ago did this happen?
November, I want to say, or December.
And
It's
was
not
there a father or a
not
husband?
living with them. No. Mm-mm. No.
What?
And the kid is so
Are these
intellectual.
white people, black people?
I think they're Hispanic.
Hispanic people?
I
Where?
think.
What state is
I'm
this?
not sure, but I think Florida.
Ooh, ooh,
So I'm trying
my
to do a little bit more
God.
research on it before I put
Did
it
they?
out
Was
here. But
there?
it's
Is there a reason?
bad.
Is there? Did I mean?
No, he didn't give her. They put out parts of his interrogation already too, and they are not. He hasn't said why he did it or what. And he
Really?
was very, very smart. But isn't that what a lot of them have in
Oh
common?
my God! What the hell is going on?
What is going on?
What
Yes.
is going? Was he on some kind of drug?
No, I don't think so. Mm-mm. In fact, he had sent a message to one of his friends right after he had killed his mom. He had sent a message with like a thumbs up or I don't know, with a picture of himself to one of his friends right after he had killed her. So,
Oh my God!
yeah, it's terrible. It is terrible. Thank God he did not kill that baby. But you absolutely see his mom sitting in the chair, like holding the baby or nursing the baby as he's walking in and out of the apartment from the door cam. And she says something to him, you can't hear, but she says something to him, he says something back, and you see him like 3 or 4 times come in and out of the apartment, and then the next thing that they put out was part of the nanny cam as he's going to attack her, and then it's cut off
Oh my
right
God!
before then. So, yeah, it's horrible, it's terrible. I'm gonna tell you what, I have to make Warrior Nun a mod. I don't know how to do that, but I feel like she runs that chat for me, and I appreciate it.
Just go to the three things, the three dots to the right of her name, and click on them, and then it'll
Okay,
say you can make her a mod. Then you can make her a managing mod or a regular mod.
okay, because I feel like she has every time I've been here, she's helped me through a lot of stuff, and she's always saying hi to people. That's one thing that I struggle with on other chats is, and I realize some chats just get so big. I mean, I couldn't imagine having 150 people like you
It's
do,
hard.
Rose, in
It's
your
hard. Well, even if
chat.
you have a lot of people, well, not everybody chats that's in there.
Right.
So, sometimes only 10 people will be chatting that night.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot to keep up with.
Yeah, it is. That's why
And
I
then
I felt like I get distracted when I'm reading the chat and there's a panel guest. I feel like it's hard to do both and you're trying to multitask, and it's not easy. You have to figure it out, and you go back and forth, and some people don't even read their chat. I tend to read every single thing because that's what it's about for me, is it's the chat. But that's why
yeah,
you're live. It's like,
connecting with the people.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, because really they're the ones, the
And
people who
also, I'm so used to being in chats, reading chats, and when I was in Jimmy's, it was always I was in the chat because he was doing all the talking, so I was just the participating chat person. So
right.
the lives for me are about the chats. So
Yeah,
that's why I when I do a live, it's like, who's in there? What are they saying? And I'm going to respond to them, even though I may have something else I want to talk about as well. But it's the second the chat comes in, it's whatever I have to respond to what they say. So, you know what I mean? It's a combination of, I want to talk about this topic, but I'm going to respond to every single thing in the chat too. And that they might,
right.
sometimes people have completely separate conversations amongst themselves that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about,
Right. Right. I've seen that too, but I mean, I watch you like you highlight everything, and even my husband will listen. He's listened to the last 2 lives on replay because he's usually in bed when I do them, and
Hmm.
he's like, "How do I know what you're?" Sometimes you'll say something like out of the blue, and I don't know what
Hmm.
you're talking about, and I was like,
Hmm.
"Well, it's because you're not watching it, so you can't see
That's
what was
why I can't read. Some
highlighted."
people really want you to read the chat when they're just listening and they can't read it, like they're driving and they're listening to your show, so they can't read the chat. That's why it's good to read out the chat. It's good to read the thing you're responding to,
Right.
and if you can, it's better if for those who can't read it. So that is a thing you can do for your replay people is say, oh, this person said this in the chat. and then I'm responding to that. So if you think about your show as an audio show, then you would read the chat. You would read the comment out loud, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I told him. I was like, "I will make a note of it, put it up on the screen to try to remember to do that," but I think people just don't realize, it's easy to criticize, and I've watched
Mhm.
this happen. It's really easy to sit back and criticize
Mhm.
creators or people that hold their own up on their channels. It's easy to
Mhm.
criticize and stuff, but you don't realize what all it takes. You have to
Mhm.
prepare. I didn't just come on here and say, "Oh, I'm gonna sit," because I'll be honest with you, if I don't have nothing, I'm just gonna tell you people, "Look, I don't have nothing today. We're gonna chit chat. Bring your beverage, bring something warm. We're gonna sit here and keep each other company."
Mhm.
That kind of a thing. But, there are times like, for this live, I actually wrote out bullet points of things that I wanted answers to, from
Mhm.
people in my chat, people that are willing to come up on panel and talk about it and stuff. I think unless you do it, you just don't realize what goes into it,
The
what
other thing, the question
creators.
I'm having about it all too, because you're discussing that whole thing with the relationships, and it's like sometimes you have to walk away from relationships,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's always really it's like, am I supposed to? Is it okay? Should I fight for this? Should I make this work? Should I, you know what I mean? And
Yes.
even being so firm with like Mission, and being so, but like, oh, I hate you, Mission. He and I have sort of been weirdly fighting the whole time he's been on my in my chat, but we sort of figured it out,
Mhm.
and had our own understanding. And some people, and I figure everybody there on my chat is there for me because I'm talking, or it's my channel. Some
Right.
people go into these chats just to find each other and have their
Mhm.
conversations with each other. That happens too. But I look at it like, well, you're here for me. Don't fight with each other. Just talk to me,
Right.
and don't worry about each other if you're fighting, because the fights in the chat can get other people. A lot of people cannot ignore a fight of somebody else's in a chat, and I'm like, look, just ignore each other if you don't like it. I skip over comments all the time that I think are hostile or inflammatory, or
Right.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean. I just don't get
Thank you,
into it.
Lenny.
I'll just bypass it and let them have
Yeah.
their own thing. And I'm not going to go, stop fighting and get into their business. It's like, I'm going to let them have their own fight or their own conflict.
And
Um,
that's exactly how I feel about it, because I sat back and I thought about it before I created the channel. Was how am I going to handle this? Like, I know some people like to hit um that button that kicks the person out of chat, or that blocks the person, or
mhm.
that does this and does that. And then there's people that just let it roll. And for me, here's what I think. I am so big on freedom of speech. I am. I
Good. Me
am
too. Me too. Some people
so
aren't.
big.
Some people really
I
want
I
all this censorship, where they instantly cater to the censorship. And I'm like, no, no, we fight back and say no. We don't agree to the
yes.
censorship. We have to. That's the point of being an American. And
Right.
that's the whole
And
point.
I do believe in that. But so if they want to tit for tat, but what I am very passionate about is that if you're up on my panel, you don't have to, they don't have to like you. They don't have to like me, but you're not going to talk trash. You can disagree. Like if Rose says, I love green, and this person hates green, motherfucker, I can't believe Rose loves green. She's a piece of shit because she loves, that's not
Mhm.
going to
Now,
happen.
some people really like all that kind of fighting, and
I
they
understand
consider
that.
it content. I don't like it either. I mean, I swear like a sailor, but you
Me
know,
too. But you know what? There's plenty of channels out there just to go at it. And to me, those people that do that, like, oh, I don't want to say anything, but those people that like that kind of stuff and start that kind of stuff in chats is because they can only do it behind of a screen. You see what I'm saying?
exactly. And
They
I
can't.
almost got caught into that when I first started being on YouTube and getting into these conversations, these live chats. I did for a little bit indulge in that. I'm like, wow, you could have a fake name and just really let it rip and say horrible, nasty things to people.
Yes.
and get away with it. I'm like, oh my God, this could be fun. I can really indulge. But then I was reminded, I'm here for a reason. I'm here to be show an example of something that isn't the lowest life possible way I could behave. You know, stay in peace, work in the name of peace was the thing that kept going into my head. So I was like, shit, I can't just bash people. I have to be
Right.
strategic. Now, one thing about in Jimmy's chat, where everyone used to be back in the old days, just as vicious as possible, if you won people over, it really mattered because people were so mean to each other in that chat. Like I
Hi,
just
hippie grandma.
and oh, there's hippie grandma, hippie grandma,
She
and
cracks me up.
yeah, I don't even really know some of these people, like it took me a long time before I knew who Warrior Nun was. I thought I had no idea. And then when I finally saw Warrior Nun, one of her videos, I was like, oh my God, there she is. Because, my thing with these internet streets is like, if somebody never shows their face and you never hear their voice, you don't know who they are at all. And if they're even a real person or not.
It's
But
so
if they,
scary.
yeah, but if they show their face and their voice, then at least well, people can fake things too, but probably they're real. If they show their face, you definitely know they're real, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's what I loved
definitely.
about Tina. She was so willing to share her face. She wanted to share her face. She wasn't
Mhm.
hiding it. And face, like my daughter and I were talking about, like with babies, showing your face. A baby learns from your face, and your face is kind of like your whole universe of you. The universe of you is shown in your face. So everything is in your eyes and your smile or your mouth, how your brow, your frown, your smile, whatever it is, that
Mhm.
everything about you all the information about how you're feeling is in your face.
Readable. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why the face is so. Show me your face. You have that thing. Show me your face, so I know whether you're real or not.
Mhm.
Remember how the masked man was the bad guy, was
Mhm.
the crook or the criminal, or you steal with a mask on, right? And that was
Mhm.
another reason I had mask trauma from the whole COVID thing. Was I could not stand not seeing people's faces. And not
Yeah.
seeing people's smiles was like freaking torture for me. And not smiling at people, which was one of my biggest things that I could give as a quickie gift, was a smile.
Well, yeah, because the smile is the only gesture, the only real thing, that is universal.
And a kindness. To
Yeah.
smile is an uplifting thing that you can do within a second for somebody else, and it does work. And when you do smile, you bring yourself up and you bring the other person up, even if you're faking it. It's
Mhm.
still. And then my lipstick, and going into the store with my lipstick and smiling at people was like one of my things. So to wear the mask and cover my mouth. Now there were things I liked about it too. I loved being incognito sometimes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, and having nobody know who I was, or just hide behind my mask and just ditch and dodge and not even say hi to anybody when I'm all paranoid and being in loner mode and don't want to say hi to anybody. It's like, oh, I can wear my mask and I don't have to say hi to anybody.
Yeah.
But normally
Hey,
I like to talk to
Aussie True
people for half.
Crime.
Oh, Aussie True Crime is here. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Aussie True.
I've never seen that name before.
Oh
I'd
yeah,
like
I know
to.
her. She's an
I'm gonna
awesome.
write that down. I'm gonna write down Aussie True Crime.
She's got a good channel.
You have a channel?
Oh yeah, she's got a
Drop
channel.
Can you drop that in there so I can go back and go check out your channel
You
later?
have to you have to do it.
Oh, I have to do it? I
Well,
don't know how to do
you're
it.
the only one with a wrench. You have to have a wrench to do it.
Let me figure out this bridge thing. Hold on.
No,
Warrior.
what you have to do is you have to go outside of StreamYard. Go watch your channel from YouTube. So you open up another
No.
page on your computer. You know how to open up?
No, girl. No. No. I don't know how to do that.
Are you on a? What are you on?
I'm on a desktop.
Well, you should be
Hey,
able to
Evie.
open up. Hi, Evie. You should be able to open up.
So I can minimize this, right?
I think so. Right
Oh,
there.
I'm gonna, you know what? I
But
need
what
to
you
do
do is
just,
you got to open up So you're in StreamYard, right?
Right.
You're right. So you need to open up another page and go through into watch your own show through YouTube. Like go to YouTube outside of StreamYard. You need to open up a new page and go to your channel and open up your live and look at your chat, and that's how you can give people a wrench, is if you are on another page, looking, open YouTube, go to your channel, and then you can read your own chat as if you're watching yourself, but you're you. So you can then, from there, you can click on the little, three dots on the right side of everybody's name, way over to the right, and then you can give people a wrench from there. And wrenched people can drop links, but you can't drop links unless you're wrenched. So you with me? Where'd she go? Hey, Dawn. I don't hear her, so. Oh, she's hanging on. There she is, though. See, now you're out in StreamYard in the chat, so there you go. Perfect. Now you can click. Oh, she dropped down? Oh, she's not even on there. Well, she has to come back in. So anyway, because I'm actually, let me see behind in here. Now it's Team Rose show. Hey, Rebel, Teacup Mama, good to see you guys on Leanie's channel. I guess I'll be co-host until she gets back. I'll host till she gets back. So she, take the mic, Rose. She might have dropped. I guess she dropped out of StreamYard to look at her own channel to give you guys a wrench. Give somebody a wrench. Yeah, good to see you guys. Everybody coming in. Don't forget to hit the like. There's 16 people watching and 4 likes, so 8 people need to go ahead and put that DNA on that little like button, as they do. You know how we do. So is your live over? Is your song thing over? Oh my God, it's already midnight. Oh my God. How the hell did that happen? That's crazy. Just reading some of these, Chronicles of the Shady. I hate that channel. She really caused me problems. Oh, there she is. She did it. Warrior Nun's got a wrench. Sometimes I can be successful with holding myself together and not getting pissed. And I've done that. I can do it. I've done it. I did it when it really mattered. There were times it really mattered where I didn't get upset, and there were times when I lost it, and then there were times people expected me to lose it, and then it didn't matter whether it didn't matter whether I lost it or not. And I realized that people, if they think you're the type of person that's going to lose it, they're going to treat you like you lost it, whether you lost it or not. Rose Wrench 2222. Yep, the Warrior Nun's got her blue cape. So I guess it's still me. Oh, there she is. Wait, what happened? Wait, what? There you are.
It was just crazy what I did. And I can't even find my stupid picture again.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I'm a complete hot mess here. But I had to run over to over to YouTube to make Warrior a a moderator. And Warrior, if you don't want it, just throw it back after this one. But I pray you take it and help me out here. You've been so kind to me. Also, Lindley, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Also, Lindley, I absolutely would like to give you a wrench as well. I don't know where my picture is, but it's really me. I'm here. Um,
Good.
I don't
You
know.
made it.
Who am
You
I
did it. You
missing?
did it.
Thank you. Well, and then so once I tried to come back, I was hearing YouTube and StreamYard. So I was like, oh, that's not going to work. So then I had to go back, exit out of YouTube, come back to StreamYard. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
It,
Wow.
I
You
think
should
I've
be
got
able to. You should be able to stay in StreamYard though, and then still go over to YouTube and open another page and look at your channel. You should be able to do both of those. You can't normally, if you can figure it out, you can do. Um, I know. See, I used to be able. I used to never cry, and now I can't not cry. If I have to cry, it comes right out. And there's nothing I can do about it. But I used to really do this stiff upper lip thing and hold it in and not let anybody see me cry. I don't know why that was so important to me, but
it's important to me, so I completely get that.
what's important to
Completely.
you? What's
It's
important to you? Not crying in front of
not
people?
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
weird thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Hey,
My
Tattoo,
mother was
Tattoo
like that.
Rebel. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I used to. My mom was very stoic, and I took after her.
Mhm.
My dad never cried. My younger sister did nothing but cry. So I was constantly dealing with her, bawling constantly. So there was sort of no room for me to cry. So I took the strong one role. And, but that doesn't mean I didn't feel like crying, you know? And I think it was, that's why I think I cry so freaking much now when I get any opening at all, whatever old emotions that I bottled up come pouring out. So I'm like overly bawling, it seems like sometimes. I think I finally, and then you just like, oh my God, I've opened up a portal. I opened up a doorway to these tears. And now I'm like, they all want to come flooding out, which are, old tears are coming out now. And
Yeah, but don't you don't do you think that it is so I know your mom has passed.
yeah,
Your sister, is she still with you?
but both of my sisters are still alive. Yeah. I don't talk
Okay.
to one of them,
S-
but
Okay.
they're,
So do you think that because those relationships are different that you've given yourself permission to
I feel like I don't have the control I used to have. I mean, I one time this guy asked me out on a date, and I something triggered me, and I started to cry and get upset. This is soon after my mom had passed, and I wasn't ready to. I don't know. Anyway, I couldn't. I was like an hour and a half late for the date because I just couldn't pull myself together any faster. In fact, I was such a mess. I was crying so hard. I fell to pieces that my face was such a mess from crying that I like had to take a shower. And like I just didn't want to go. I just felt like so I was really late. Now he was patient as a saint. Because I made him wait a lot, but I think he knew that I was kind of a wreck. I said, "Look, I'm a fraction of my former self. I'm not, some fun girl that you can just, you know what I mean? I don't even know how to go on. I mean, I was that bad off where I was just destroyed by what happened. And I'm pretty strong, but it was just so much loss at once. And it was so much attack month after month. My mother was slowly dying, and I couldn't even make it to her death, which is what my whole goal was to be there for her when she passed. And I
right.
couldn't pull it off because of the circumstances with my stupid effing siblings who were just doing everything they could to fuck me over. And that's what it sure felt like. And a lot was taken from me, and I was just, I mean, this is where I had to rebuild my home. Well, I mean, for me, it was like I was bombed, like the city of Iraq. Like a city was bombed, or my
Yes.
mansion was
Yes.
literally destroyed. and I had to rebuild the mansion, that a big fancy mansion that I built for 60 years or 58 years was bombed to smithereens. And I was, after all those years of creating my who I am, I like had to start all over again in a state of fucking shock. And what was, what, when they bombed the castle that I lived in, all the relationships that were in there were also destroyed to some degree. And I was like, oh my God, my whole life's been just shattered. And now what? I don't even, I'm a billion pieces. Now I got to
So,
rebuild a whole new castle to live in.
so my question would be, are you a better person? Because obviously you've had to let a sibling go,
All of them,
all of them.
all
So
four of them.
are you a better person today with them
Better.
out of your life?
Probably,
Do you
I'm
find
probably less
peace?
crazy. I have,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, had I not felt good about my role with my mother, I would be a fucking wreck, I'm sure. What held me together, even though my siblings really went for the jugular, walking away was the only thing I had. So I
Okay.
had one thing. It was my decision to walk away, and that was, instead of being a victim of their abuse, it was my decision to put a big fat fucking boundary there, and I'd build a gigantic friggin' wall,
Mhm.
and stay on my side. And because I felt good about my mom, and I'd healed that. um I can sleep at night. I think my siblings can't. I think my sisters especially hate the way they treated me, and did not expect me to walk away. And if had
Mhm.
I not walked away, I don't think they would be just still abusing me. But because I
Mhm.
completely cut off the relationships with both of my sisters, they're like left with their feelings, and they can't believe that I'm not there to bullshit their bullshit with. So they're sort of left hanging, and they don't feel
Mhm.
good about how it went with my mom. So they're having a hard time, I think, more than I am, as far as, but what I'm dealing with is this huge grief. But what I've got is a little bit of self-esteem, where I
Mhm.
and a little bit of control. It's like they overrode me, but I can walk away and never
Mhm.
speak to them again. I at least have that. I have one little thing of control. Now, is it painful to choose that? Yeah. But it's more painful to stay in the toxic relationships. So am I
Ah.
better off? I'm not, I don't, I'm wiser. I what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm definitely probably having calmer days without my sister's bullshit. Have they still sent me their nightmare threatening emails? Yeah. Did I finally I finally blocked them. I think I didn't, I hate doing that. There's things that we share that we business wise that we kind of have to, but one of them is really off her rocker. Like, she's been in and out of mental institutions. The other
Mhm.
one is just a covert narcissist who's annoying, you know, and has really hurt me by voting against me, always voting to make life harder for me. If there's a
Mhm.
family vote, she votes to what is the worst for me, even if it doesn't benefit the other people. She'll vote just to cause me harm. So that's why it's like, well, you know what, go screw. So now she doesn't have me, and I think she really
Mhm.
misses me, because I'm actually an amazing sister. I give a lot, when I'm being treated right. I mean, I'm all over you. I'm very gifty. I'm very communicative. I'm loving. I did a lot of driving for them where they didn't have to. I gave them a lot, but they couldn't give me a damn thing. So it's like, I'm done. And now they're like, oh shit. They never
So it
thought
was
I'd walk away in a million years. Never.
so so in your eyes, it was a one-way relationship. You were carrying the relationships.
I mean,
You were
these were relationships where they had, as a group, decided to scapegoat me and make me the
Mhm.
scapegoat. The real scapegoat was my brother Bobby, who passed away. So without him, they needed another one. Now, I was never the scapegoat, not me. You know, I
Mhm.
was the one of the
Mhm.
normal ones. But once, and I don't know why, I kept being like, why is this fucking happening? Why are they isolating me out? Why are they doing this? Now, one thing that I did do that was different with them is I stopped drinking alcohol.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that's a real big
That's
thing.
a relationship.
Well, I kept
Alcohol is a relationship.
yeah, and they all have a relationship with alcohol that I put an end to my relationship with alcohol.
Mhm.
And it took me a while to figure out that might be part of it. Why they were,
Mhm.
because I was the only one who could get off of alcohol and get my mother off of alcohol. Because my mother was drinking regularly with them when she was staying with them, and her brain was rotting fast, and she
Mhm.
had to quit drinking. Well, everyone was drinking. I even was drinking.
Mhm.
So, but because I was the lightest drinker, I could quit and I could wean her off where they
Mhm.
couldn't really. But then because I was doing that, I don't know, they just shit on me more somehow. And in their madness, which I think they now regret, I don't know, but I think they never thought I'd walk away. When the scapegoat leaves, who's going to fill the role? If everybody is used to blaming somebody
Mm.
else, then I said, look, I'm not doing this role. I'm literally leaving. You are on your own because I'm not engaging
Mm.
anymore. You can't put this on me, your choices. So you're going to have to either look in the mirror at your lives, or you're going to find somebody else to pick on. But it is not going to be me.
Mm.
Period. Goodbye.
Okay, let
Sorry.
me
Love
ask you
ya.
this. I I'm
But
not trying to get in, I guess I am trying to get in your business, but whatever I ask, if you don't want to answer, just tell me you're not going to answer it.
fine.
Is
Sure.
the straw that broke the camel's back the death of your mother?
It was really the way they treated me while she was dying. And it was the
Okay.
fact that I was taking care of her nonstop for 2.5 years. She was living with me. She and I were like mother and baby. That's how
Mhm.
tight. And when my younger sister was throwing these tantrums, psychotically, powerfully, and convincing, or seeming like she was convincing my brothers that I was harming her, while my mother needs help. She's got it looking like, this is how masterful this is how manipulative my younger sister is. She didn't lift a finger to help my mother, but she made it all about her. Somehow she's the victim. This is what narcissists can do. They become the victim even when it's definitely somebody else is the victim, but they make it all about them, right? So my sister,
Mhm.
who is guilty for not helping my mother, twists it so that I am the perpetrator. How? I am stealing our mother from her, not allowing her to help. That's the spin she put on it. So she made me the bad guy when I was doing all the actual hard labor of actually taking care of this slowly dying, amazing woman that was all of our mother. So she was so crazy. She refused to pitch in. She kept throwing tantrums like she had her whole life, and then she twists it so that I'm the bad guy stealing our, and then crying that I have stolen her mommy. And I'm like, she's dying. Help me take care of our mother. Why is this all on me? But it was like, the madness in my family, it got worse and worse and worse. The use of drugs, the use of alcohol, whatever. They're highly functioning alcoholics. You'd never really know, except for unless watching them drinking. They're used to drinking, so they can kind of get away with the massive amounts of alcohol that would kill me. But it was not when so when I was taking care of my mother, she was dying. She had her big stroke. She fell. She goes to the local hospital, which is very close to me in a town that she loved and chose to live in. But somehow, because of my younger sister's incredible tantrums and high level manipulative skills, my brothers took over behind my back while I was having a meltdown. Power of attorney somehow legally. It's a whole weird story. And then they end up manipulating the situation so that my mother got moved an hour and a half away from me, which is an impossible drive for me to do daily because I also had a full-time job. And that despite my beggings and pleadings, I could see they pleased my younger sister, who never showed up for my mother at that fucking nursing home. So over the course of 9 months, my mother gets trapped in this unbearably horrible nursing home nobody in their right mind would ever want to be in. My sister can't even handle going there. I can't make it because it's too fucking far. And my mother is left in this place, a situation I still cry about to this day, because the whole thing, they didn't even visit her. And it was the way my brother screamed at me, and it was the way my sisters just turned on me. But it was 9 months after they took her that I fell to fucking pieces, and the hostility that he treated me with, and the condescension and the cruelty, his loud screaming voice. I don't know what happened, but they all became so incredibly vicious. And my brother is very tall, very powerful, very loud. He's got this big, deep voice like a fucking dragon. And I felt like him screaming at me, even through the phone, like, was because sound creates, and words, you know how mean words can really hurt you. But it was
Sure.
the loudness of his voice, the rah, rah, like I could just really, it would hurt your ears if I tried to imitate him. And the way he treated me, and I kept saying, what the fuck happened? Why is he acting like it was like a switch went off? He was like being nice to me ish for him. And he's always been a loud, aggressive, condescending kind of guy, getting shit done and being all, he's very macho, and he's tall. And my dad had a big booming voice, and my brother has this even almost bigger. I don't even know if you can get a bigger, more booming voice than my dad. And it was like he just screamed at me so much that it was, a lot of it was his screaming. And then my sister's threatening to kill me because she's literally insane. The other sister is just being a passive aggressive bitch. And between all four of them, I tried everything in my power to not get mad. To, like, you hear me get mad. I wasn't doing any of that. To stay calm, big hard thing to do in my family. Everybody else gets to rage and scream except for me. And even promote my crazy younger sister to get anything I could think of to get my mother moved out of that fucking place and closer to me. I was the only one that was actually going to go visit her. And nothing I could do would work. My brother would just resist me, go against me. And it wasn't until he finally saw that my mother was suffering in this place, that he realized what a big fat fucking mistake he made. And then he was trying to figure out how to get her out of there. And then he realized that nobody was willing to take her but me. Something he really thought I was stealing mom. What he didn't realize is it was because I was the only one willing to take her. She had to go through this awful nightmare before he would realize, because my sisters wouldn't take her. Nobody else would take her. He was trying to get her away from me, believing in this stupid lie that he's very close to my younger crazy sister. They're very tight. So that's why he was just like, whatever she says, he does. But so it took all of this, me in a rage, me, and he didn't even see me in a rage, but I was in a secret rage. My mother was begging to get out of that prison. She said, I'm in prison. And but it was like he had to go against me. It was almost like a programming. I was like, why are you going against me? I'm your fucking sister. I'm obviously really close to mom. She needs me. Oh, she needs Lizzie. Like he was just, I don't even know what happened. I swear it was like a demon jumped into his body. And after that, it was like, and then I wasn't able to get to my mother's actual passing. And that was the other big blow, because I wanted that so badly, to be there for her, with her when she passed. And I spent 2.5 years following her around, holding her up, making sure I didn't miss a beat, which was exhausting, to make sure I was there when she passed. And all four of them voted and did this. She locked her away. So I couldn't get there. And I missed it. And she should have died with me at home, and all of us should have been holding hands around her fucking body. That's what it should have been. That's what she would have wanted. But instead, madness and alcoholism and favoritism and bias and all this petty bullshit was controlling the scene. And my mother she died in that place with just my sister and her bitch-faced daughter. Me and my kids were left out, and we were the closest to my mother. And it was all the most backward, opposite way it could go. And it was all of that was the final straw. But it was 9 months of screaming, yelling, threats, crazy. My mother dying in that place, trying to get to her, this long, painful drive, trapped in the middle of the night, driving windshield wiper fluid on a freezing May night on icy roads, dangerous at 2 in the morning because they wouldn't let me spend the night at my mom's room, and just all this awful, awful, awful stuff. And no one gave a fuck about me and mom. It was all about control and power and bullshit. And mom and I got left in the dirt. Mom, the one who mattered most. It's one thing for me to get left in the dirt, but for her to get left in the dirt, and it was her life, her passing. And they just treated her like she didn't matter. All they cared about was my younger sister and her tantrums. And it was just like, are you it was so obvious. The one thing about it was so extreme that part of me was like, well, at least I know for sure that this is not where I belong. There's not even 1 ounce of anything here that I would call my home. And I'm out of this fucking situation. And then at least I had, and that was a sad thing to even say or feel or, pay very. I loved my family. I didn't just lose my mom. I lost 4 siblings. That's 5 family members. I had already lost my dad and my brother and all 4 grandparents. And my best friend, Linda, had died 2 months before. So it was like 8 people at once, that I had to, and that's why I almost, to survive the whole fucking thing. That's when I met Jimmy, a Dolly Vision. And that community gave me something to hold on to that I could feel something for that wasn't my family. And even that came with a bunch of hellishness, but it wasn't my, it was like a community online. Talk about relationships online. That was an online relationship.
Right.
That was a chat I got involved with. The only real person that I knew was real was Jimmy, because you could see his face and hear his voice.
Well, so having lived all that real life trauma, you went to YouTube, found a community there, found someone who made you feel valued, made you feel loved a little bit, gave you something else to think about other than the trauma that you've been through. My guess, I looked it up, and I don't know how long it's been since you lost your mom. How long has it been? Are you still there, Rose, or did you just need a minute? Okay. Let me know when you're back, Rose. So there's 5 stages of grief, and we've probably all heard of it. Hey, Angel. It's good to see you. Number 17. What up? 5 stages of grief. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance is the last one. I lost my mom as well, and I honestly do think not. Oh, praise God! I have never lost a child. Had to do that stuff. So the closest thing to me that I ever lost was my mom. That relationship, and I literally thought it was going to kill me. I literally thought it was going to kill me. Rose, I'm gonna put the link back in here if you want to come back up. If anybody wants to come up, I welcome it. Um, all right. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I did it again without having to ask. What up? Um, Rose is trying me now. She's trying me. Don't be trying me. But anyways, losing my mom, I seriously I thought I was just I thought I was going to hell in a handbasket. Okay, now I'm back again. Okay. Come on back up, girl. Anybody else that wants to come up, take that link. Come on
So
up.
we have
Let's
that in
discuss it.
common, losing our mom and being destroyed by it.
Yes, I
Wow.
was destroyed. I
I feel
lost
like I
mine.
was destroyed, but they destroyed me, but they didn't kill me. That's how I see it. I still was
Oh,
alive, even though I was completely flattened. But I was
yeah.
still alive enough to rebuild. And you know what? I don't even want to go back to my old life. I almost feel like I have to rebuild an entirely new life that doesn't include any of my old life.
I have to giggle about this one. Warrior Nun said, "It's that AOL."
Mm.
I would probably never live that down with all of you OGs. You will always remember that I was on AOL, and so nobody's gonna get the inside joke now. It's just completely funny, but, yeah, so what year did your mom pass?
She died August 2020. How about you?
Uh, so my mom died December 27th, 2018.
Okay, 2 years
So
earlier.
fairly close. I and you know what? I read off the 5 stages of grief. I don't have to read them again. I think most of us have read them. You've probably read them. You're really good about that kind of stuff too. For a long time, for a long, long, long time, I was stuck in anger.
Hmm.
I lived in that anger. I was mad at the person down the street who whose mother was still living. I was
Hmm.
mad. I was mad whenever I saw something on TV, or I just was pissed that the world did not stop spinning. I
Oh
wanted
gosh.
I wanted
How did she pass
everybody,
away?
um uh pretty sure it was a heart attack. So,
Oh, was it sudden and unexpected?
yeah.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
yeah. Yeah, it was terrible.
Oh, that's
Um,
terrible.
but I truly was just shitty that the whole world did not know that the most important person that ever walked the face of the earth had just died. I couldn't grasp
Wow.
it.
Wow.
I was so shitty. And then I went through the stage of I was mad at my s- m- the I'm my mom had 5 children. Her first one passed, so she raised 4 of us,
Oh
3 girls,
wow.
4 girls and a boy, and it nearly tore us all apart. It nearly, and we've always been tight. I mean,
Oh,
we were Emily's kids,
you guys were a tight
and no,
family, and then when she passed
oh
away, you
man,
guys fell apart.
we felt, I wouldn't say all of us fell apart, but I hated, not hated, that's strong, because there are people that I have to pray about that I do hate, but I didn't hate my siblings, but I was so mad at the world, even my siblings who I love like next to my kids. I'm so close to my siblings. We always have been so, so tight, but because they were able to, we all maneuver in different ways, right? We all had a different relationship, with my mom. So, and everybody handles grief and everybody handles emotions different than someone else. But because they didn't handle it the way that I was handling it, like raging and being mad at everybody, and just I would just go up to my bedroom and play Elvis's uh gospel music album on YouTube, shut the door and dare anybody to knock on that door. It
Wow.
was terrible,
Wow.
terrible. And I was so mad at my siblings, whom we've always been very close, like thick. Um, I was so mad that they didn't react the same way, like they carried on somehow, and I was stuck in this most horrible pain. There, when in reality, they were stuck in their own horrible pain. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
just because I couldn't see it or feel it, then it wasn't right,
Wow.
right?
Wow. So which number
So
are
it
you?
I in that group, I am number 3. So I'm the youngest daughter, and then we have a baby brother.
Oh, okay.
So, and
Okay.
we're all a year and a half apart. And my mom was a complete badass. Everybody says that about their mom. I hope everybody has that relationship with their mom. And my mom was a complete badass, and the saddest thing was I didn't realize, and this is what I mean about relationships. You have no clue the impact that person has on your life until they're gone. I didn't know how much I depended on my mom as far as emotional, or just knowing my mom was sitting over in my sister's house. I didn't know that I loved my mother that much. I didn't know.
Mhm,
I didn't know. And then the whole guilt of, did she know that I loved her that much when I didn't know I loved her that much? It
mhm.
was a whole thing.
Wow.
So I seriously have started coming out of that. I'm learning that just because people that I have relationships with don't necessarily act or show emotion, love, appreciation the way that I accept it,
Mhm,
doesn't mean that it's not real. Just
mhm,
because my husband doesn't my husband is a giver, like, he likes to give, and that's his love language. He's a giver.
mhm.
But for me, I'm a words of affirmation, even though I cannot handle it when someone gives me a compliment.
Mm.
And I can't handle it when somebody tells me I do something good, even though I want to be good. And, you know, that when you hand me that, the affirmation, I don't know what to do with it. So you're in a catch
Oh wow.
22. So,
Mhm,
um, but I'm learning, because not only do we have the relationship with our spouses, with our significant other, with our siblings, with our parents, with our friendships, with online, we also have a relationship with ourself.
mhm.
And I
Right.
am in, and from what I hear with you, Rose, is we are in a relationship right now of finding out what type of relationship is going to work for ourselves.
Which I think is
The
great. I mean,
right.
it's all about me and me and me and me and me, you know.
And
And
it's so
finally,
hard,
it's
right?
like, well, I live alone. I took care of. I'm enjoying it. I love it. I mean, I'm 61, so I was still, raising kids. I still was getting my youngest through high school when I was in my 50s, and she graduated in when did she graduate? Uh, 20 well, 2019 was high school. So, and she just graduated from college. So it's just me, and I took care of my three kids and my mother. I was always the one doing everything on for my mother because I was the one living closest to her. So now that everyone's to their destiny, or their current, my mom has passed, did that, got through that, and I was very close to my mom. I was prepared for her death, though. I mean, she was slowly dying in front of me for years, and I was scared shitless of how it was going to go. But I also knew I had to be there for her because, and I did what she wanted me to do, and I did it how she wanted, and I respected her. And it was very hard, but I did do it. So that's why I can sleep at night when it comes to my
Mhm.
mom. And it was harder with my dad. Things didn't end great with my dad, but I worked so hard with my mom. I feel like I paid my dues, and that was my last chance to whatever heal. And my mom and we'd always been close, but there were times that we were, in conflict. There was that we went through stuff. And honestly, later on, as I got older, I started thinking about my mother at the ages that I am now, and really realizing a lot of things about what she went through, and her perspective, which I'd never thought about until later. You know what I mean? Like, so when she moved to Maine, I think when she was 47. And so then then she lived the rest of her life out in Maine doing different things, with a 2-year stint in Rhode Island. So, but there were things like I was remembering different moments that I thought, oh my God, that must have really hurt my mother, or God, that must have been hard for her, you know? And there were things that I looked back on, I thought, oh gosh. And then I would just, cry about it. I feel like I would almost cry tears that she couldn't cry. My mother was even more stoic than I was. So when she was in that nursing home, slowly dying there, miserable, I I think I cried a lot for her as well as myself, because I don't think I was so connected to her. I don't think she couldn't cry. She's sitting in that freaking
Mhm.
wheelchair, stuck in those rooms with her brain half gone, but knowing something's wrong and feeling alone in there, and listening to that crazy other lady making those weird sounds. I mean, it couldn't have been worse. And but even her so I feel like I was crying so fucking much. It was like, oh my God, why can't I stop? I just can't stop bawling and raging. And my brothers made me so
Mhm.
angry. There were times where I thought, oh my God, why did they put me through this, where I have to feel this rage at their betrayal and their brutality? Why couldn't they just have been nice? Why couldn't they just have helped a little bit, or thought of me at all, or thought of their mother? I mean, it was so awful to see them treat her like she didn't matter, actually her, and just
Mm.
act like they thought they knew better, but they never asked her what she wanted. They didn't consider what she really wanted and who she really was. That's what was also shocking, was how my siblings, how little they knew my mom, how little they knew their own
Mhm.
mother, and how little they understood her. To think that, for them to believe that she wanted to be trapped in that nursing home so far away from me that she couldn't see me every day, for them to think that that was the better choice than to be
Mhm.
near me just because they had an issue with me, you know? It was like all of the worst parts of my family came out and were laid on the table in front of everybody to see. That's what it was like for me.
Mm.
And it was
Mm.
so extreme. I thought, "Oh my God." But it was so painful. I almost thought at one point I thought, this is so ridiculously extreme. Now I know. At least it's like it was almost weirdly a relief to have
Mhm.
it be that far gone, that I could make a decision to walk away. It was almost like, all right, well, if you're going to be this bad to me, then I have absolutely no guilt about walking away. I absolutely
So let me ask you this. Is there is it done with your siblings as far as having a relationship
They
with them,
probably think
or
not. They probably think they're going to rope me back in, but from my perspective, it's done. It is
and
done.
you're better with that at this point
Yeah,
in
but
your life?
only because because we're this age and they're that abusive at this age. There's no way
Mm.
they're going to suddenly become less abusive. I think I felt that the patterns were set, and the patterns had me in a bad position that I couldn't get myself out of no matter what I fucking did. And when I realized that my words were being wasted, I was like, and but see, they never thought I'd ever leave the family and put
Mhm.
a wall up. To them, they can just and push me aside, because they never thought I'd really walk away. Now that I've actually walked away, I think they're in shock. And I think they now see
Mhm.
what they're missing without me, because I was actually important. I gave them all a lot. So they thought they were just going to take that and never have to give back. And so I'm like,
Mhm.
no, I'm not a one-way street. Actually, now that I look at it, guess what? I'm out of here. You're not going to get me giving to you and me getting nothing anymore. You don't get to feed off
Mhm.
me and get this extra benefit of me in your life and then treat me like shit. I'm actually not accepting that. I do value myself more than that. Took me a long time to get there, but now I can honestly happily say, with respect, fuck off, and walk
Mm.
away, and I'm fine. I am fine, because I don't want people like that in my life that are going to treat me like that. For I only How much time do I have? I'm 61. Maybe I'll have, at the best, 40 years, probably more like 30 or 20, right? And so it's like, do I want to spend the rest of my 20 years in this awful dynamic just so I can call them my siblings and show up to a party where I'm really not treated that good? Or are they going to suddenly try to
Wow.
treat me better now? Or is it going to be the same old shit? Like, I don't even want to know. I don't care. I have to choose my, and I like myself. I'm fun. There's a lot of me. There's 12 subpersonalities. I've got plenty of talking to do. I've got plenty of, so for me, yeah, I think it saved my life to walk away.
So it
And
is,
I would never normally say
uh,
that either. I would never be like, "Oh no, don't
right,
walk away from your family, guys." I don't think that's the real message, but I think
right,
my case, I feel like I had to,
right.
I guess,
So
you
it's
know.
and the relationship with yourself is now what is important.
Great. It's well, it's really strong and okay, so there's a lot of like things online I saw about being alone and why are you alone and why and is it good or bad and and for me because I'm such a spiritual person it's like being alone and being on my own is an absolute must and it's the reason I'm okay and it's the reason I'm surviving all right like it's the reason I can
Uh,
so I feel like I'm doing better than I was, better than I would be. I figured out how to detox. My body's not in pain like it was. You wouldn't believe how much pain I was. I was in chronic pain. It was so bad. I was secretly deep down, without anybody knowing it, plotting my demise. I'm like, how am I going to get the fuck
oh
out of
wow,
this? You know.
wow.
Hippie grandma says yes, Rose. Sometimes you have to walk away. I did, and I have no regrets. And I had to do, and so I relate to her. And it's like you have to do a lot of research to, in a way, to see what other people go through, to see if it's okay to walk away from something as important as your family. I would always say family first. Family's important. Hey, Toshi,
Mm,
you know everything's about family. Everything I'm raising my kids, I was all about family. You kids show up for each other, you go to your opening nights, you
mhm,
don't abandon, you show up for everything. We're a family, we care about
mhm,
each other. I was all about that, and now I'm all about I'm
mhm,
on my own. I did my job. My kids are raised.
mhm,
My mom was taken care of. I did right by her. When I was with her, she loved it. She was singing when I was taking care of her. And it's hard to walk away from abusive relationships. That's right. I think almost in a way, maybe they did me a favor by being so extreme. I had no choice. It was like, you're going to treat me this badly? Then fuck off. And then I'm out of here because I actually do have a strong sense of myself. I've actually, I actually do respect myself. I've been through a lot. And yeah, you treated me like shit and made me, if I believed what you said about me, I would be a wreck. But I don't believe what you said about me because I know better. Because I actually hang out with myself, unlike you siblings.
mm,
You guys haven't
mm,
even spent a fucking minute with me. All you do is
mm,
find excuses to walk away. You don't know me from jack shit. And if you want to get to know me, then call me and I'll go have lunch with you. None of them did. So it's like I don't need you for lunch. I got me. I'm actually more entertaining than anybody. I enjoy myself. I'm crazy. I'm funny. We laugh. I'm actually got my house in shape. I'm okay on my own right now, and I fucking love it. If I had to live with somebody and cater to somebody else's needs, I'd probably be awful. It's like I need this time alone where I can do what I want, think what process, be crazy. I'm not in anybody's way. I'm not torturing anybody. If I talk to myself, there's nobody here to be annoyed by that. It's awesome.
mm, mhm.
I'm free. You know,
Wow,
it feels
that
great.
wow. All I can say is wow.
Are you thinking about ending some family relationships? Are you going through those thoughts, or what do you think
Oh
about?
no,
Oh,
no, 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 no. I mean, I have. I have ended. Um, yeah, I finally came to a point where I was like, you know what? I I physically and mentally cannot handle some of these even family relationships. Not my siblings. We've worked through all of it. All of it. We're very close. There's actually only um 3 of my mom's kids left. My sister one of my sisters passed, a year and a half after my mom did. So there's one sister and my brother of my mother's children that we all grew up together. And so there's only us three left. And I think losing uh, my one sister is actually what brought me back to, not that I ever lost any love for my other siblings, but it brought me to reality. Like, um, I was letting this pain consume me just because people weren't reacting to their pain wasn't the same as my pain. They handled pain differently than me, so I couldn't recognize it.
Mhm.
And so I really had to do some really, really deep stuff to figure that out. But yes, since my mom has left, I no longer she has one she had 2 living sisters, and when my mother passed, I quit talking to my aunts. I and
Really?
I'm s yes, and since I've quit talking to my aunts, one of them has passed, so there's only one of the original 4 sisters left as well,
Oh,
and
wow.
I don't have a relationship with her. I can't get through it. And I just decided, you know what? I understand it's my mother's sister, but she is someone that hurt me so much during the whole process of my mother's passing that I couldn't get through it.
Wow.
And I don't think I'm gonna ever get through it. She's in her 80s now, and I guess it's holding a grudge. I don't like holding
Wow.
grudges, but I'm so deeply
What
hurt.
what 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 happened? How did she hurt you?
Oh god. Let's see. I can't tell if my
I
sister
mean,
or
you
my
don't have to get
brothers here,
into
but
every
they
detail, but maybe you could just tell,
yeah.
I don't know, is there a nutshell version or
So yeah, so a year okay, so my mom passed in December.
Well, let me ask you this
Her
before. Were you close to your aunts beforehand?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Not to the point of, like, we all live in different states, right? But
Mhm.
online, we were all very close. We had family get-togethers. They'd come up to Indiana, we go there. I raised my kids in Georgia. They're all from Florida, so it was a hip and a hop down to Jacksonville from Savannah to see them. So, yes, I was. But my mom's baby sister passed January of the same year. My mother was crippled with arthritis. Like,
Mhm.
her body just gave her 2 middle fingers, and that was that. But my mom had we my mom lived with my oldest sister, and so we had gone over there when her little sister had passed to, you know,
Mhm.
be with my mom, and all 4 of us kids were there, and my mom looked at all of us and she said, "Hey, um, I've got one favor I want to ask you guys." And long story short, she told all 4 of us, she said, "I want to make a trip, just you 4 kids and me, down to my sister's funeral," which was in Florida. We're all up here in Indiana. And I was like, "Oh, no, like, I'm not going to that because you sisters can't." I mean, I called them the Painted Ladies. They couldn't get along for nothing in the
Mhm.
same room, but they loved each other like mad, but
Mhm.
they just couldn't get along when they were together, and I was like, "I'm not refereeing any fights between you Painted Ladies, like, I'm not doing it." And my mom was just very adamant about it, and I was like, "I'll think about it." Well, by the time I had gotten home, I was like, of course I have to go,
Mhm.
of course. So I think I called my sister. My mom was probably already in bed. And I was like, tell mom I'll go. So we all went. Okay.
Mhm.
Mom and her 4 kids took the last trip together in January.
Mhm.
When I tell you my mom was in so much pain, being in the car for that long, driving down there, and she has rheumatoid arthritis all through her body, but
Mhm.
she sat there, we never heard her say, "You guys, I'm hurting." Never. It just didn't happen. She got there, and she was enjoying herself as much as she can, in the circumstances, and her sisters were actually getting along, and I was thankful and everything else. Well, then, of course, the night that they buried their sister, the last night we were supposed to be there, all hell broke loose, and I ended up leaving with my mom, taking her hotel room. It was a big mess,
Oh
and
gosh.
so I got through all that, with my mom, and I I got through it with my aunt, and I was just like, "That's between you and mom." Well, my mom had never I don't know if they ever had talked again after that before my mom passed. So when my mother passed 11 months later,
Mm.
my aunt, who is the oldest, called me and told me that there was no way she could make a flight down here because she had something wrong with her shoulder, like she had rotator cuff surgery or whatever. And I lost my shit because I was like, my mother was in that car for over 24 hours in the worst pain from head to toe and made no sound. You can't get on a fucking airplane to come and see my mother, your sister, and make a plane for an hour and a half. And you want me to feel bad for your shoulder when the last time I saw you, the way you treated my mom? No, nope, nope, mm-mm. And I told her, don't ever call me again. I don't want to hear from you. You don't need to hear from me because I wasn't raised disrespectful. I
So
was
you're the
raised to,
niece. So you're the niece.
mm-hmm.
See, my niece,
Yep.
my
And that
sister's
was,
daughter gave me a lot of shit, and my siblings chose her over me when it came to my mom. And I'm like, you're the
oh, wow.
grandchild. Like, what the fuck do you? Why are you taking precedence? You didn't even have a relationship with my mother. She literally blew my mother off. But my siblings were all about dividing me and my mom for some really weird reason, which I still don't understand to this day. I kind of get it with my older sister because she was being just jealous and petty. And she didn't even really feel close to my mother ever. She was with daddy's girl. But she resented me being close to my mom, even for some reason, for whatever. So for her, it was some sort of sick win to make life hard for me when it came to my mom. You're a Leo?
I am a Leo.
Me too.
Oh, dear God, we're in trouble.
I'm Leo. I'm double. I'm Sun and Moon,
Hear
and
me
I have
roar.
and I have three other planets in.
I want to Oh, I don't know what I don't follow all that stuff. I don't know what it means. I
Leo is
do believe
good. Leo
I
women
do
are
bel
awesome. You believe what?
Oh, no, I do believe that certain things happen when the moon phases, especially to elderly people. I do believe and to pregnant women. I absolutely because 'cause I've witnessed that. I absolutely do believe that. Um, oh my God, Lena, I was just about to say Leo energy,
I love
same
Leos. I think
fierce as
they're
fuck.
warm-hearted and. But it's funny because the aunt niece relationship, or it was a big deal in my family. I was very close to my older sister's kids. But then as time went on, I mean, things kept changing, and then my younger sister being crazy kept affecting the family dynamics, and everything became about whether or not she was going to commit suicide, and she ruled the family, threatening to commit suicide constantly. We all
Ah,
had to do whatever she wanted so she wouldn't commit suicide, and she pulled that for years. Finally, I'm like, I don't fucking care anymore if you do it or not. Your choices are always bad for me personally. Everything she was threatening to kill me constantly. I mean, she's just terrorized all of us with her drug addiction problems, and it was such an awful. If I man, I she was my closest sibling. We were like, we were the two little girls. We were
wow.
inseparable. We spoke the same
Where
language.
do
We had
you
our own
fall?
secret language. I'm fifth of
Where
six.
do you fifth? Oh, so you
Yeah,
basically fall in the same line that I do.
kinda.
Because
Yeah,
I'm third of fourth,
second to
so you
last.
fall
Yeah.
uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
it's a it's
yeah.
a it's a very lost position. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about the fifth of six. I mean, it's like you're just not that important. You're not the firstborn. You're not the lastborn. You're a random one of the middles. It's just not it's not a power position. So I would have to really fight to get to be heard. Now, when I was a real fighter, I did get hurt. But if I started to play nice or back down or anything, then I would not get anything. So I tried playing nice for many years and got me nothing. And I thought, this sucks. I'm not, being nice. The only way I've ever gotten anything that I needed or wanted was to be not a tantrum, but to very strongly go out, I had to work hard, but I would. But then when I started just trying to be, it got me nothing. I'm like, and the resentment. My older sister, I think, never really wanted a sister. I think, she was the little girl. She was the firstborn. She was daddy's little girl, and she had three brothers. Boom, 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 and she was still the only girl, apple of his eye. And then I show up, a girl, and I think I just triggered her. Oh, a girl, like she just wasn't into me. I don't, and I worshiped her. But I mean, my youngest sister shows up, and then she's a little more. She throws so many crying tantrums. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I always wondered, like, why are they treating me like that? Like, it was almost like I didn't really see how bad it was until later when I left, and when I left the family, and I said, I'm not available anymore. It's over. Thank you for this horrible, interesting time. But no.
That's so weird because I'm the third of the fourth of my mom's kids, and my oldest sister. Oh, I don't want to cry about this, but oh man,
Oh no, here we go. The
oh
trigger's
no,
been
here
set.
we
Oh,
go.
oh gosh. It's okay, babe. You
My
can cry. I'll hold you up.
my my oldest sister is is a saint, and she loved every one of us and always did. She still she still's what holds the family together, all of our kids and my grandkids. Oh my God, those kids love her as much as they love me. Some of them love her more, and I'm not saying that like, oh, poor is me. It's just that she has babysit by the grace of God. My grandkids never had to go to any kind of daycares or anything because my sister
Wow.
stayed home and kept all the kids. And so, my sister, and it's very painful because, you know, when mom left, I probably hurt her the most.
Your
Um,
older sister?
yeah.
Or
Um,
wait, you did, or you mean your mom dying hurt her the most?
no, I hurt her the most
How?
because, um, I took a lot of stuff out on her and,
Oh, wow.
stuff I'm not proud of, but, um, I think some warranted, not the taking out part because I just don't, there was no sense in some of the stuff that I did, but I some of the stuff I felt was warranted. I still feel like some of the stuff that I was upset about was warranted, but most of it was not, and it didn't have anything to do with jealousy at all. It just had to do with mom leaving and just the whole emotion thing. But I watched my sister take spankings for us. I watched her rally all of us together when our parents weren't getting along and put us in a bedroom and protect us and yell at my parents about us and just she was the one, and she still is that one, and she's my whole heart.
Wow.
But I want to get off that because I don't like to cry, but
See, my sister would
man,
have
that
been
just
that. She
screws
would
me
have
up.
been the grand dame. My older sister used to be. Her house was the other home away from home. My mother moved to Maine. She was so far up here in Maine, and my older sister's house was in Rhode Island, which was more Central Point. I spent many, many, many years at my sister's house. We went. Her place was where the parties were. She hosted when we didn't go to Maine to my mother's house. We went to my sister's house. That was a very common, popular gathering spot for all of us. She was welcome to everybody. But then something happened that she stopped, and I was not so included. And I lived there. She was my home away from home. And I lost that too when my mom died and my sister. But I kind of had lost that beforehand. But I mean, she should have been what you're describing your older sister to be. She should have been the one that, we all went to, that continued on, that kept the family together.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out like that. Part of the reason was her. Part of the reason was my me and my younger sister, and just what happened. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
So that was a big loss
Well,
for her too, because honestly, it would have been the normal role when had she been the open-hearted person who allowed everyone to come. She started getting all bitchy and exclusive, and
mm,
then that vibe that she decided to have was a turnoff for people, and instead of being the warm-hearted, welcoming person she'd always been, she became this other person that became a little bit more of like what do you call it, like a um favoritism, and a snob, and pitting each other
mm,
against each other, and all this really sick dynamics were taking over everybody, instead of us just be doing the loving thing. Everybody was petty, and making decisions that were divisive, and
mm.
um and so the family became divisive. I mean, and I was definitely left out. My younger sister left herself out, and so the older three were sort of drinking and muckying, and I was so it was I wasn't really there to defend myself. And had I been, when they came up and they were partying and drinking and going out to dinner, and I was just staying with my mother in the hospital alone as usual without them, while they ran around town going shopping and eating lunch and drinking, um you know that was another thing that really showed me who they were. I was not at their parties. I should have been. But then I realized, if I go to the if I that I think what happened was, had I gone to some of these parties, I think my older brother was so hell bent on gaslighting me to get me upset, to prove that I was, a hothead, or that I was, and something stopped me from going to any of those gatherings, or even going to the hospital that last day, where I think I would have lost it, and probably he would have pushed me over the edge, because I was so exhausted and so alone and so upset that anything would have triggered me. And instead of going to the hospital that last day and having the family meeting, I ended up having a meltdown in my car, and
Oh,
just
wow.
sobbed uncontrollably for hours as if the water broke. And I never made it to the hospital. And while I was in my car, freezing my ass off, crying my eyes out, and it's this emotional breakdown. None of them asked me how I was. They ended up taking power of attorney behind my back, and made decisions that didn't, without even asking me, and hauled mom out of Belfast, and took her right
Mhm.
out and made her go to this fucking horrible place in Portland, this rehab that she hated, that I hate, that was 2 hours away. And I couldn't be with her every step of the way like I had been. Every time she was in the hospital, I was there. I was slept with
Mhm.
her. I was there with every nurse, doctor. I saw every single thing that happened. I was never away from my mother until they took her away from me. And then she was on her own. And I know what my mom is like. She is not into those kinds of places. She absolutely despises them.
Mhm.
And I'm the only one who understood that. So I'm sitting there watching her, and be trying to be there as much as I can. And I knew she wanted to get out of there, but nothing I said to my brother mattered. He just completely rejected everything that came out of my mouth. And she was trapped, and I was trapped. And I was so fucking angry for so fucking long. I finally don't hate him as much as I did. So that's like an
Mhm.
improvement. But
Yeah.
in my
Yeah, yeah.
better, yeah,
Mhm.
I have a little bit less anger, only because I've been moving so much of it isolated. We were all isolated, right? The last 3 4 years. Now everybody's slowly coming back out. But during 2020, I mean, we were all dealing with this COVID bullshit,
Right.
you know
Right.
and I don't know. So yeah, I don't
Wow.
know. I mean, if it's weird that you guys, you and your aunts, I'm sure it's painful. I mean, sounds like.
It is because, she's had some health problems, and, my oldest sister who, like I said, she is the family matriarch. Everybody she, takes care of
You
everything, and
still got you get along with her.
oh, yeah, my
But
sister and
but
my brother.
it's the other two ants that you.
It's only one there's only one
Oh,
aunt left.
oh.
Yeah. So, um,
Are you gonna go
but
to a funeral?
I don't think so.
Mhm.
I would feel like a hypocrite.
Wow.
Um, yeah. So,
Jeez.
I mean, she's had some serious health issues, and my sister would call me and let me know, she's in the hospital for this. And the one time that I thought that my sister was calling to tell me she had passed, which she didn't, but I thought that's what was happening. Like I got physically sick. I had to throw up,
Wow.
before um once I realized it because automatically I was like, "Oh God, like I should have fixed that relationship before she passed." And then once I found out she was okay, I was like, fuck it, she's fine. I ain't
Oh my
fixing that
God. So,
relationship.
so you're not.
She was
So
mean to
you're
my
not.
mama.
Oh my God. So if she dies, are you gonna feel that way? You think?
I'm gonna feel all bad, but right now I can't. I can't be fake. I can forgive. I feel like I have forgiven her because if I did not forgive her, then I wouldn't react that way over thinking about her death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you just don't give a damn
Mm-hmm.
then about people or you haven't forgiven people, if they die, they die. That's on
So let me
you.
ask you
Move
this: what does
on.
it mean? What does it mean to forgive someone for you? I'm still trying to figure it out. But what do you think it means?
Well, I can use just that as an example. I mean, forgiveness doesn't mean that you have to accept them into your life. Sometimes the
Mm-hmm.
only way to forgive somebody is to let that person go because
Hmm.
once they're in your life, when they're in your life and there's so much strife and so much wreck and havoc that you're having within yourself and with that person,
Mm-hmm.
you can't forgive. So sometimes the best forgiveness is letting them go, forgive them, be at peace with them, with yourself, and how and then for me, I have to believe. I am a believer of God, and I believe there I've prayed about it. I've been like, "God, I cannot have that relationship here on earth. We cannot get along. I want to forgive this person and move on and then just not have them in my mind anymore, taking up space up there, taking space in my heart. And in heaven, when I get to heaven, then I can have a relationship because in heaven I'll be perfect. That's what I believe. So I think I feel okay within myself letting that person go and then being able to forgive them. But as long as they're standing in front of me like my aunt, if she's standing in front of me every time I see her, I'm gonna cuss her out.
Wow.
Something's gonna happen, something's gonna be said about my mama or another excuse as to why she didn't come to her sister's funeral, and
Mm.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Wow.
So, as long as we don't have a relationship, then I have forgiven her. So forgiveness sometimes it absolutely does not mean I forgive you. Come on back. Let's be buddies. So
Yeah.
people are
So you're
only
saying
some
forgiveness means you just become at peace with whatever it is.
whatever brings you peace. Now
Yeah.
sometimes like I forgave my husband has done some stuff and I have forgave him and it brings me peace that he's here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so sometimes, um, some some people are really honest to God, we've all heard it. Some people are not meant to be in your life for a long time. You were never meant to have a long
God,
relationship
I
with
felt
these
like I was in the
people.
wrong family. I was like, oh my God, is this not my real family? Like, I'm like, because I loved my family my whole life. I always thought I had this amazing family. I was
Yeah.
proud of us. I was proud of my own family, and I thought we were really cool. And then later on, it's like, oh my God, was I wrong all this
No, you
time?
weren't wrong. Rose, you were not wrong. What happened is that they were in your life for as long as you were needed. Once your peace is gone with it, once you have to walk on eggshells, once you
Mm-hmm.
can't be yourself,
Mm-hmm.
you have to conform to them for them to like you,
Mm-hmm.
accept you.
Mm-hmm.
They no longer are supposed to be there.
Wow.
That's my theory.
Mhm.
So I let my aunt go and I wish her well. My ex-husband, I hold, and the stories I could tell, but I hold no animosity at
Mhm.
all.
Wow.
And there's some pretty shitty things there, but I
Mm,
wish him well away from me. You know what I
mhm.
mean? Like,
Yeah. Well, you know what
don't
it is?
bring
I
it.
think that's the biggest, I think that's big. The big part of it is being able to wish them well. I think if you, because you can say, I walk away, but I fuck them. I hope they die. I hope they rot. And that's different than being like, I wish them well. And I think maybe that's what it is when you can get to a place where you can leave, but instead of wishing ill, you wish them well. Maybe that's what forgiveness really means.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe, maybe.
That
I
sounds
want
good
to.
to me. I mean, I finally stopped picturing these awful, awful, awful images, and thoughts do create. So I thought, and when I finally stopped feeling so rageful, especially at my middle brother, who did the most damage, I think, okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting there, to this
Mhm.
place of whatever that may. Because I think you're right. Peace within yourself is what forgiving
Yeah,
is peace within
that's
yourself. I agree.
I think that's so powerful. I think
Yeah.
we all need to write that. Right. Okay,
Put it
let's
in the
go.
book.
Let's
Put
go.
it in the
Bring
book.
it in. Put that in the book.
I would love to, by the
All
time this life
right.
is over, to know what fucking forgiveness really means, because it's one of those things that's hard to get to. It's hard to understand what it even is, and I think nobody really, I think, agrees. And I don't. I mean, I don't even know if everybody even knows what it is. I feel like I'm figuring it out today. That I understand it after 61 years, and my mother dying, and me being so fucking angry at these people for what the pain they caused her, for me to get over that,
Yeah.
but they think it's me that they act like I'm supposed to get over it and go back to
Mm.
being their servile little sister.
But does
Get
grief
over it,
have a
get over it. It's like, I'm not getting over it, and you can't tell me how long it's going to take me to stop feeling. They think I'm not allowed to be angry at them, and that I should get over it, you know
right? So does it have a timeline? Does grief have a timeline? Does
no, I don't think you can
forgiveness?
control how long.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
Mhm.
And is there a timeline on how long you let um the strife go on before you decide to to remove yourself or have that person removed for your own peace
Well,
before you let that relationship go? Is there a time?
I think it's personal to it's individual for everybody, right?
I do think that
I
too.
mean, there was this moment when something snapped, or clicked. I'm not sure which way to put it, but it was like there was this moment when it was like things were just so extreme. I was almost relieved. That moment of relief, I thought, well, God, now there's no doubt. At least I know for sure what this is, what's happened here, or what how it's bad it's gotten. At least I don't. I think is when I realized how bad it was, or how badly mom and I were being treated. Because I think when you divide a mother and daughter at birth or death, you are crossing. You are really violating the basic laws of the universe, and you're really fucking with things at that point, and to do that is extremely wrong. And I felt like it put a tear in the matrix. It was like, you
Ah.
can hate me all you fucking want, but you don't tear me away from my mother, and you don't take
Mm.
a daughter away from a mother, and you don't take a mother away from a daughter, especially at birth or death. You separate people like that, because if anybody thinks they have the right to make a decision for two women who love each other, and force them apart at the
Mm.
most needy time, that's a crime. That's a real crime against humanity. And that's what it felt like. I felt like they had literally ripped just put a sword down the center of my whole body, and an extra one in my
Isn't
front,
it
and an
so
extra one in my back.
isn't it so amazing that how feelings are so palpable?
Yeah.
You feelings are emotions, right? But
Or
you can
as
still
real as
touch
physical
them.
pain. Yeah.
Yes, and they manifest into physical, right?
Yeah.
That's how powerful emotions are. Their
Right.
emotions
Exactly.
is more powerful, I think, than the human heartbeat
Hmm.
because it controls everything. You can touch it, it changes, it it lives it drives you or it holds you back. It just is
Hmm.
such a powerful, powerful thing. And
Hmm.
it really amazes me. I wanted to ask, I don't know if uh, hippie grandma is still here. She said something that got me. And I wanted to see if I don't know if she does panels, but hey, we're a small group here. You might not be worried about or Lindley or anyone if you guys want to come up here and join this. If
Yeah.
not, you can sit and listen to me and Rose because me and Rose, I feel like, are so freaking knowledgeable. I mean, she's writing a book and
Wise
I'm writing the
women.
coattails. So
Mhm.
I feel like
Yeah.
we're so knowledgeable.
Honestly, I feel like all between all of us, Warrior Nun, Lindley, who else is in here?
Grandma,
We're talking about
grandma,
forgiveness, and I feel like I dated this guy that I was madly in love with back in my, I don't know, late 40s, I guess. I met this guy, and he was furious he was always angry. This Italian guy, Irish Italian, and he was furious at his first wife, though his one and only wife that he adored and was not over, that she left him, and how she did it. And she's the coolest, and I could see why he was never going to get over her and always in love with her. She's a really cool chick, and they had two kids together, and he was a hothead, and she got herself out of that. He was probably a big narcissist. She got herself out of that, and he was so pissed. And we both were hurt from the broken marriages that we had both just been come out of, and I was very upset about what happened with my ex as well. I was very much in love with him, and that was very painful. We had a kid together, and so he was like, how do I move this anger? How do I resolve this? How do I forgive? How do I get past it? And both of us were like, I don't even fucking know. We were like, how do we do this? And I feel like I'm only just figuring it out. What does it mean to really forgive and move on? And is it okay? Does forgiveness mean you have to spend time together? And I think that's what I'm learning is it doesn't mean that. It just means
no.
you come to terms with it within yourself and you let go of the anger or you resolve the anger and pain.
And yeah, and letting go actually means sometimes a physical let go. Like
Yes.
you have to let that person go, walk on,
Right.
and you walk on. And it's
And that's hard.
painful,
It is.
but yeah, it is
And
very hard.
and the other person
But
isn't going to like it. I mean, there's a lot of people that
no,
don't want you to leave the status quo and don't want you to change the family dynamic. Hey Melly Joe, how you doing, hon? They don't they want to keep you in place. They don't want you to move out of your role because it upsets the way they operate. And so
right.
they weren't expecting me to, I know that they weren't expecting me to leave. I think they were expecting to maybe be a little nicer to me and have me stick around and use me for the good things that I can offer them. But then I was like, you don't deserve my good things because you didn't give me one fucking thing to help my life a little bit better. They knew I had body pain and chronic inflammation, but they made me drive an hour and a half to go see my mother when it should have taken 3 minutes. And the better place was near
Mhm.
me, 3 minutes away, the better place for her. And it wasn't barely any further for them. But to save my brother, to save himself a 30-minute drive when he already had to drive for 3.5, 4 hours, he put me at a disadvantage to save himself a little time. He let my mother suffer so that he didn't even live in the state. He didn't even come to see her but once a month. But for himself, you see the selfishness. It was so
Yeah,
shocking.
It doesn't sound like to me that they were looking, oh, I don't want to add to the grief, but it sounds like to me that they weren't looking after your mom's best interests. They were looking
They
at
weren't.
what would hurt
Well,
you more.
yeah,
Is
what would
that
hurt
correct?
me? Yeah, what would hurt me and make them feel good about themselves or better about, well, what was easier for them who didn't even spend time there. Yeah, it wasn't about her, what they, how much they loved her, it was how much they hated me. That's what became clear.
That's
And I
so
was like,
sad.
it's awful. And it's okay to point that out, actually validating, and helps me feel better because it took
No,
me
it
so
that's
fucking long to figure it out. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What's wrong with you guys? Really? It's like you're making this about punishing me for doing the hard work of taking care of her so you didn't have to. I did everything you were supposed to do and you didn't have to. So why aren't you just fucking grateful to me? Why not just say thank you and buy me a fucking sandwich once in a while? Why treat me like I've done something wrong, harmed you in some way and my brother, the only one who learned from this experience, it was like he needed to really torture someone and then realize what he'd done and then try to change it at the last second once he realized what a big fucking mistake he made, and it was his fault, and he's an expert at blaming someone else for everything he chooses, and he does it really well. I come from a very skilled manipulative family, really high end.
goshly, it sounds like it.
Yeah, they're top notch. My father was a master manipulator. Um,
Talk about there were people in the chat and I think Warrior talked about this. Can you talk about the relationship with your father for a minute?
Me? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we were
Why?
at we were she said, well, cuz Warrior said that you've never really talked about your dad. And so we're curious. Give us something.
Um, well, I have talked about him actually. He was a very he was a Viking warrior boat builder guy, sailor, who never drank and never did drugs. So he was clean as a whistle, very health conscious.
Wow.
He would eat steak and honey and vinegar for breakfast that my mother would make him.
Wow. Now, before you do that, are all of you kids from the same mother and father?
Yeah,
Okay, and all of you grew up in the same home.
yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So he was a very driven, visionary, macho um, man who was, he wasn't tall. He was 5'9", but he had these piercing blue eyes, and he had this big voice, booming, we used to call it. And he could, when he would walk into a building like a hangar where they were building a huge ship, he built big boats out of, like huge, Coast Guard cutters. He ended up building, but he started out building canoes and small stuff, and then he was building sailboats. He loved to sail. Everything was on sailboats, and he would like to race. And he was, even though he was part of the sailing world, he was very different than everybody else. He was very unique, and that's what he was. We call him an odd duck because he wasn't, but he was so powerful and so amazing. He was such a high functioning guy. He could build anything. He built a boat when he was 16. He built a boat in his garage, and his from plans in a magazine, and he sailed from Meriden, Connecticut to Nova Scotia by himself
Wow,
in
that's
in the
incredible.
little boat. Yeah, he was incredible. He read
So
he
that's
read the full
that's
encyclopedia.
probably where you get your craftiness and your the way you can just pretty much will delve in at least a little bit into everything.
Yeah, my mom was an artist as well. She was a weaver, and
Oh,
she
really?
could build a house. She built her own cabin. My mom built her own house. She's the one who taught
Shut
me how to
up.
build, I swear. Both of them. So he built boats, and she loved to build cabins. Her thing was cabins in the woods or cabins on a field. And so when she moved to Maine to have her own life after giving him 6 kids and 23 years of her life, she married him when she was 21, and she was with him for 23 years. and raised all these kids. 23 years is a generation,
It is. It's a lifetime. Yes. So wait a minute. So your mom and dad, did they ever divorce?
Yeah. So they
So
so
she
he was
dipped out.
older. So she was 21 and he was like 32, living with his parents still, because he
Oh,
was so
wow.
focused on being a boat builder, and he was so devoted to his work, and there was no reason that he would come home, and they had, I don't know, but yeah, he lived at home, not so it was like weird. So it's like they got to get him out of the house, you know what I mean? I mean, it wasn't that he wasn't sitting on his phone watching porn. He was going to work every day, building his boatyard, building his career, building his reputation, building boats. And
Right. So he wasn't
so
living in the basement just being a
yeah, he
bum. All
wasn't being
right.
a
So he had a
loser.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they fully support him. It's just that emotionally he wasn't that. See, he was really skilled at that, but when it came to social relationships, he was like not very good. He wasn't nice to my mom. He was a terrible father in a lot of ways. Very mean, very controlling, very cruel, very cold. He could be fun and sort of loving sometimes. And he was such a crazy, like he was an idiot savant. Like he was brilliant at building boats, but when it came to personal relationships, he was awkward as fuck. And finally he ended up cheating, and then he moved out slowly. She was very angry. The whole thing was, it took 7 years for them to get divorced from the beginning to the end of it. 7 long, agonizing, painful years. And
Mm.
we were all sort of shipped off to boarding school, or at that time, just because, and then the house was sold, this wonderful place we grew up, and we were all heartbroken over that. And she was fighting for her life. She was angry, going through all these different lawyers, and she'd be pissed at the lawyers, and then she was cutting down all the trees on our property when she was just, and then she finally, when she got some kind of agreement, she took the money that she got and went to Maine and bought land. And then she finally found this piece of land, 32 acres on a river in Maine, because we grew up in New York. And
Wow.
she got
Amazing.
out of that New York scene. She was really a pioneer farm girl. She never
Wow.
really liked the hoity-toity scene. So then she built her own cabin, and my sister and I helped her build a cabin. And so that's how I learned how to build something, was from my mother. And she hammered and sawed, and she had these strong arms. Very,
Wow.
and it was her. And she got us out of this New York, you know, and I'm not saying the school was bad, because I actually learned a lot at that school. That school system was a pretty damn good, and I only found that out because when I went to boarding school, I realized what a much better education I had compared to so many people who were my kids that were my peers. I mean, I knew how to write a paper. I knew how to research in a library. I knew how to read a book. I knew how to do, basic things that other kids in my class did not know how to do. And I thought, oh, wow, I always hated school, but I was like, wow, my school was actually a lot. But I don't believe in any of that shit. I think we should be building houses in high school. My mother saved my ass and got me out of this. My mother is the reason I have any confidence in doing what I'm doing, which is maintaining and renovating these 3 properties that I have. And
That's amazing.
yeah. So my dad was really they're both talented. I mean, he was building high end boats. I mean, that to me is like, wow, what the hell? I could never do that. I can buy an old Victorian and renovate it. I can do that. But building a boat that doesn't sink, that sails, that has all these parts, that he's huge, made of metal, and you got to have the right angle, and you got to have, I mean, what it takes to build a boat or of all different kinds of boats is incredible to me. I mean, my dad blows my mind, but he was never home. We hardly saw him.
Mm.
He was a workaholic. All he cared about was his work.
Mm.
He didn't come to stuff. He wasn't throwing baseballs in the backyard with us. He wasn't showing up for anything. It's like he was distant. He was this scary man who made you feel bad if you weren't in perfect shape. if you did anything bad,
Mm.
like smoke cigarettes or anything like that, or do drug, if you didn't have body perfect, he would, you didn't, you didn't matter. If you weren't serving him, he was a huge narcissist. Obviously, you kind of have to be, I think, to do what he did. You have to be,
Yeah.
you know, you can't.
Something has to be there. Yeah.
Yeah, you got
Mhm.
to be really, for you to believe in you got to believe in yourself pretty big time to pull off a giant friggin' boatyard that builds huge boats and then have another boatyard, and I mean, he got himself in a lot of debt. He had a lot of problems along the way. You either loved him or you hated him. I mean, he was well respected, but he made a lot of enemies too. And he was crazy. Oh, he worked around heavy metals, which is
Oh,
one
wow.
one of the reasons that I think that I am have heavy metal sensitivity and poisoning. And he would chew on these lead chips, which you're not supposed to put lead in your mouth. My dad was just like, he never wore sunscreen. And I think the lead made him crazy. The way Van Gogh went crazy from licking the cadmium and the red paint, Van, you
Right.
know? And it was like my dad was, so I think he was going crazy and he was acting crazier as he got on in age. And he even had his blood chelated, which is like cleansed of whatever or something like that. And because he had such heavy metal poisoning from working in the boatyard his whole life.
Wow.
So he probably should have lived till he was 100, but he died at age 80.
Wow.
You did a cap
So,
table. Hey, I'm just reading the chat. So that's a little bit about my dad. And when he died, it did not end that great. But I feel like my dad and I have done a lot of energetic work since then. And he and I have done many lives together. So I feel like a very old soul connection with him. And I was also pissed at him for some past life stuff. So it was a complicated relationship.
so before he passed, were you able to talk to him about not being there emotionally for you, or
No, I mean, when I
do you
realized
feel like you should have?
um, I went to visit him. Okay, so he was getting old. I think he was getting cancer or something like that. He was living in Florida, and I was living in Maine, and I went down to see him. I went down twice. The first time I was gonna maybe even move down there. My kids were young, and this woman talked me out of it who worked down there. She said you should not move your kids down here. It's a sick, horrible place. It's way better to raise your kids in New England. The schools are better, the ethics are there, the normal families. It's just drugs and perversion down here. Do not move down here with little kids. And I was like, God, all right. So I stayed in Maine, and I raised my kids in a super nice New England family oriented town. Thank God. Best thing that one of the best parts of what happened. But and it started out very badly, but it became a good magical wonderful thing in many ways. So anyway, then I went down again when he was getting older, and I thought, oh shit, I better go spend some time with my dad. So I
Right.
flew down there for a week, and we ended up having a pretty big fight at one time. And at one time, at the end, when I was taking me to the airport, the hatch fell and landed on my head, and it was fucking heavy, and it put a gouge in my head that started bleeding. And my father was supposed to fix that fucking hatch, like, you know, a long time ago, and he never did. And so he hated seeing my little blonde head with this big bloody gouge at the top, even though I was a grown adult.
Right.
And he gave me a little bit of a hug, but I think I might have, I don't know if I sort of shirked him off or not, because we were sort of estranged, even though on a soul level we were extremely close. But my older sister was very jealous of the relationship. So he felt uncomfortable showing me any love in front of her. And it was painful, but it was sort of like I sort of knew why, even though I was like, I was afraid too. It was almost like she would, if she if she got really jealous, that wasn't good. So he didn't ever act too loving to me in front of her, you know? So that
Wow,
was sort
that's
of
so
a,
sad.
yeah,
That's terrible.
I know. My sister's jealousy of me, this sort of quiet, but we sensed it. So it was sort of like we had to deal with it. And I was just trying to get through life, trying to be the least upsetting thing I could be to her, when my mere existence I knew was on one hand she loved me, she did. On the other hand, she hated my guts for even being there, you know. So it
Yeah.
was, and she couldn't help it, you know.
Uh-huh.
She dealt with it the best she could, but I did get left out of things. I shouldn't have been. A normal older, loving or older sister wouldn't have left me out. You know, I always felt like I was dealing. So I tried to be whatever I could be for her, as fun as I could be, likable, you know. But at the same time, she was very passive aggressive, and she was sort of a ditz. And so sometimes it was like, I don't know, but I loved her husband. I was grateful that to be there. I was grateful to have a place to go when, you know, that was, and she had these two kids I adored, these two boys. Then later she had a little girl who was also adorable. And then, but I was pregnant with my own firstborn by then. So I was very close to her little boys, especially the first one. He just changed my whole life. It was like I got to relive my childhood with him and heal all the terrible things that had happened. It was like I had this really messed up childhood, but then when she had her firstborn son, I got to play with him, and I was there so much, and he and I were so close, and we just loved each other, and we had so much fun. And I make babies laugh, so they just love me. We were so, I would go down there every weekend and play with that cute little boy, and she let me come down there, and I, you know, and we had a lot of fun. And then my husband and I went down there, and it was the four of us and the two kids, and I went to her house many times. I spent much of my life at her house. So
Mm.
to lose that other home when my mom died, it was like I just, the whole thing was, I had to change my entire life. Everything
Yeah.
was gone. I have to change the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. Oh wow. I can't imagine.
I know. I
I
would never have
I can't
thought that
imagine
it would have
losing
happened.
everything.
I never would have thought that my entire life would have been destroyed like this emotionally, at this age when my mother died. I would never have thought. I had way more faith in my family before, you know, before, way before, that we would have been obviously close and done the right thing,
Yeah.
you know. And what was this bullshit, not listening to my mother? It was my middle brother. They all were this, had their own versions of this, but he was the one who was very aggressively power grabbing, you
Mm.
know, and took it upon himself to, you know, aggressively take over secretly and then manipulate the fuck out of the situation, probably thinking he was so clever, ripping mom and I apart in these ways that he did. I mean, I know this guy's manipulations like the back of my fucking hand at this point. He can never
Mm.
pull another scheme on me again. That's what I had to make clear to him finally. It's like, ahem, you don't have my best interests at heart, and you're not making another decision about my life. Thank you very much. You
So do you
know,
think you have forgiven him?
um, mm, not fully. I mean, he's the one who, not yet. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm way better than I was. You
Mhm.
know, I used to literally, I still have come up with some pretty bad images, you know, of when I get really angry at somebody who, it's like he ripped my child out of my arms by pulling her sort of
Mm.
down, and or acting like, by taking her and acting like he was going to bring her back, and then just running and lying to me about what he was going to do with her. He told me to get her a room at the place 3 minutes from me, while secretly plotting to get her down there near my sister, who he prefers. He's a lying piece of shit. He pulled a lot of, he made me work my ass off, oh, for all for nothing. Sometimes instead of using me, all they had to do was use me. Instead, they abused me. They used me and abused me. Now they can't use me anymore. That's a big loss. for them to not
Yeah.
have me to suck off of anymore, you know, and
Right.
gain whatever they gained from me. I mean, my sister counted on me for all kinds of shit. My younger sister thought she can't believe, you know, so now she's depressed. It's like, anyway, there's so much mental illness in my family, and yet everyone is very, at the same time, high level, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
So Melly Joe wants to know, do you still see your nephew?
um, if I was going to see any of them, I'd probably see him. Um, he and I are also very close on a soul level. And, you know, those kinds of relationships are beyond, did I speak to you today? You know, it's like, and my dad and I are very old soul travelers. I mean, my dad and I have had so many lives together, and we talked about it together, the other lives that we shared. And we were in Norway. We were married a bunch of times. You know, we had 5 kids. One we were pioneers. We were thieves. You know, and we both could remember these things. So we were like, so I got my sense of my mother didn't remember her past lives, but my mother was like an earth angel type. So my dad was the one who remembered his past lives, who had a sense of old soul and traveling. You know, he was deep that way. My sister, my older sister, who adored my father, she worshipped everything about him almost unnaturally. She was so, it was ridiculous how much she worshipped him. He was a god to her, literally, which I thought was off balance. It was like, really? Because I could see his flaws, and I could see, and also we had this past life thing where he had done something very bad, very, very bad to me. And I swore I'd never forgive him in any life. So there was that energy hanging over the relationship that we couldn't even put words to because we didn't know why it was there, but he could remember actually. And he's the one who told me what happened. And um he did something pretty bad, and unforgivable. It was unforgivable. So, you know, when you keep incarnating together and there's unforgivable acts between you, it can really get in the way of your relationship, you know. And so it was a strained relationship, but it was also tough because my older sister just wouldn't have stood any kind of closeness between my dad and I. And then my younger sister was always trying to compete with me for attention. So she had more energy for that than I did. So she, you know, we both went on trips with my dad. One trip, she probably traveled with him more, but um, he really favored me in certain ways. But then I don't know if he told everybody, like, I mean, my father was barely around. I hated the way he treated my mom. I was upset about it. I think he expected me to be loyal to him, but I was really loyal to her. And I didn't like the way he ditched the scene and made my grandfather deal with everything. And just, I don't know. I was very, very devoted to my mother, and very close to my mother. And even though I was close to my dad on a soul level, I was really furious with him. And I thought, and I had this sort of bad attitude because, you know, I didn't like that he cheated. I didn't like that he was putting these other women first. He was always moaning and groaning about some love affair, and it was usually with a much younger woman. And usually my sister's age, which was like, are you fucking kidding me? He was always doing shit like that, like being with a girl way too young or overly getting, I don't know. It was just like, and he was so like awkward with women in a way, but he was also powerful and incredible. And there were women along the way that really worshiped him and loved him, and but also saw him and like that were good for him. Like this one woman, Karen, she was way younger than him, but still older than my sister. So, and she was a pretty, I don't know, but she was a lot younger, and she wasn't my mom. So it's always a little weird, you know. I don't know. It was complicated. My dad was a very odd guy. He wasn't your normal man. He was a you know, but he was incredible. I mean, there was nobody like him, and no one will ever be like my dad. He was the last of the He was the last of that type. He was this old-fashioned warrior Viking who was the toughest man. No man comes close to how tough my dad was in a real way. He's made of stone.
I figured I think the most intriguing thing about the whole thing with your dad is that he could not emotionally be there for his children, yet he was able to hold affairs with women.
Yeah.
So
He hated being a father. He wanted to be our friend. He didn't
there
like
it is.
kind of, yeah.
You
Every,
know it, and I didn't want to say it, and I'm glad you know it because
well, he said it.
there
He
it
said, I
is.
wish that why don't you call me Bob? Don't like, I don't want to be the father because everybody always has resentments about their father. It's like the parents can't win. It's just sort of like the setup, sometimes, and he was close to his dad, but his father and mother worried sick about his choices because he would make these big, like he got himself into $5 million worth of debt, almost like a
Holy
verbal.
Hannah.
Yeah. And my brothers had to deal with that when my father died because there was all that debt. And it was a personal loan, like to this really, really, really rich guy who my father had convinced, got him to give my dad money to build this. My dad had dreams. He wanted a boat building school, he had big dreams. They were good dreams. He wanted everyone to learn how to build something. He wanted to leave a yard full of high-end boat builders. That's not a bad dream. He wanted all of his children to work for his boatyard and be little sailors. He got two of them, two of the six, that really took on the boatyards and the sailing and could do what he could do in their own way, maybe better sometimes or not. I don't know. But he did get two strong, strapping, good-looking sons, two strong men who grew into men who achieved more amazing stuff with what my father had done, which was a lot more than I could have done. I mean, my big dream was a power chocolate kiosk in every airport in the country, or at least the top big ones, or something, like that. And I dream big
Yeah.
too for chocolate. But
Yeah.
my dad was so I get that from him, the big dreamer thing. But the
So
actual production of it, like he really friggin' did it, worked his ass off.
so did your dad have a different relationship with the boys than he did the girls?
Oh yeah. And he definitely had a different relationship with the top three kids versus the younger three. And I was part of the younger three. So
Better or
way
worse,
closer
different?
to the top three. Yeah, he had six kids. That's a lot of kids to have to be in a relationship with. So the first three, there was the firstborn daughter, the green-eyed, beautiful, very pretty daughter, but who was kind of very strong, a dancer, but not like school smart, but emotionally smart anyway. So beautiful girl, but daddy's girl all the way. My mother was kind of left out, which I'm sure was very painful. Then she has these two sons, very cute, who grew up into big, strong, capable men who took on the family business, which was the boatyards. And so he definitely scored there. My mother gave him six kids. And then the fourth one was my brother Bobby. So he was the weird one because he was the one that was gay, but then didn't want to be gay. So thought he was going to have a sex change. And he was the angry, bipolar, raging, smart, manipulative, evil demon that came in, but really insecure at the same time, very shy, but also, I don't know what the hell happened, but he was a really, really difficult child. And he terrorized me. I came after him 2.5 years, the worst possible spacing. And he hated me, but he wanted to be me because I was a normal little girl and with really blonde hair. And his goal in life was to destroy me in every way he could. And he did. He almost cut my head off one time with an axe, an old rusty axe. He actually tried to kill me.
Oh
He
dear
was very,
God.
yeah, he's very clever about it. He was very interesting, and he was well read, and he was very smart, and he would read all about King Henry VIII. He was obsessed with King Henry VIII and the six
Probably
wives.
why you tried to cut your head off, but
That's why he tried to cut my head off.
there you go.
Yeah, he wanted me to play Anne Boleyn
Uh,
and put my head over the wall. And he found this old axe covered with rust. And he kept promised me repeatedly that he wasn't gonna, that he just wanted to pretend he was gonna cut my head off, but I
oh,
wasn't gonna cut my head off. I know. And then he tried.
wow.
I took him a lot to talk me into it because I was like, no, no,
You
no.
did it?
And finally, he somehow gets me to put my head over the thing, and he puts the axe close to my neck and then raises it up high. And my brother, my oldest brother, the firstborn brother, second born child, sees him through the kitchen window and runs out and stops him.
Oh my God.
And
Girl,
that's why, yeah,
that's some crazy shit.
it is. It's crazy shit.
I
He was
cannot
insane.
believe you did that. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
believe your brother did that, but
I
I just
know.
cannot. How old were you?
I was probably, I'm thinking 9.
Oh my word.
I know. He was
So do
always, what?
you think that if your older brother hadn't ran out there, that your other brother would have really went through with it? Is that not
Possible.
a scary thought?
Yeah, I thought of it, and it does scare me. And it's like he did a lot of things that like that. One time he staged this. Well, he was obsessed with Barbies, and my mother would get us these Barbies for Christmas. And one time he was obsessed with Joan of Arc, the historical figures. So he would burn the Barbies at the stake, like Joan of Arc.
Oh my God.
It's really sick guy. And one time we had this Chrissy doll. I don't know if you remember the Chrissy doll. Chrissy was maybe a little before you, but it was a bigger doll and it had hair that would grow. And we had this one with like
Oh, my sister had one. Yeah, I
auburn
remember.
hair.
I cut her hair off. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you remember the Chrissy doll. So he promises my younger sister that he's gotten this special doll for her. And that you know, he works her all up into this thing with the doll, and he's really excited to give her to her, and he stages this whole thing. It has her completely fooled, and she has to go on this hunt to get to this doll, and he keeps staging. So he ends up putting this box covered with tinfoil way out in the rocks, and my sister had to go through this whole big thing to get to this box with this great doll in it, this great present in it. And then, the whole thing took like an hour of my brother putting her through this like game, this like going to, you know, what she had to go through to get to this great toy, this wonderful gift at the end of this big journey of, I don't know what, like a hunt, you know. And finally she gets to the box. And finally she gets to open it up after this long ordeal of getting to this box way the fuck out on the rocks in this where we lived. And she opens it and it's this burned Chrissy doll. Melted fucking Chrissy doll. Melly Joe had a Chrissy doll. Yeah. That's the kind of sick shit he would do.
Is he a serial killer now?
Well, he died. He passed away in 1999 at age 39 of AIDS.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
AIDS-related illness. But I mean, he used to, my sister and I were really, my younger sister and I were like really close. We were really tight. We were 18 months apart and we were just inseparable for many, many years. And we were very close. We had our own language and we were very cute. And we talked exactly the same. We were just like twins, but I was older. And he used to stage. We loved him. You know, he was the fun older brother. So we thought he was the greatest thing on earth, right? He was very smart, very active, very entertaining, very funny, very animated, highly intelligent, super talkative, chatty, funny, handstands, moving all the time, being really crazy, you know, really gay, but didn't ever admit that until he was 21. So he was going to have a sex change when he was in high school. And he was posing as a girl. He changed high schools and was posing as a girl. Maybe he was getting bullied. I don't know. But he ends up going to this high school where my dad had the boatyard, and he was able to get into that high school because of, the location where my dad had the thing. So but he dresses as a girl, and he pulls it off, and he ends up even doing a play. And my mom got him out of gym somehow, so he didn't have to go to the girls' gym, and everybody could see it was a boy. I can't believe they went through this when I think about it now. I went through it as his younger sister, who he would annihilate if I got the pronoun wrong. I had a brother for whatever 12, 13 years, and suddenly I have a sister. Suddenly I'm
Okay, wait. How old was he? How many years ago was this?
so this is when we were kids in the 70s, you know.
That was that long? No offense, but that was
Yes.
that long ago?
Yes. It's
Oh God, I've
okay. I'm
lived a sheltered
61. I'm
life.
proud of it. I don't mind being 60. I love it. Actually, I waited a long time to get to this age because I knew it
No,
would.
I mean I've lived such a sheltered life. I mean, I who knew? I didn't know.
Well, guess what? I feel like, wow, I was one of the first families to deal with this weirdo trans thing. And this is weird extra because my dad was such a macho man. Maybe he was overly macho. So it was like the karmic balance was to have a gay kid who fought being gay. Now my brother hated being gay. He hated gay people. So he's gay. So he hates himself. So his loathing
Oh
was
my
awful
God.
for him. When I realized he was abusing me my entire life, so he was taking all that rage, all that loathing that he had for himself, he obviously had to take out on me, his younger sister, the next in line, the little girl, the one
Oh,
that was normal, the one that had really, really light blonde hair, and blue eyes, and was squishy, and was, that he wanted to be a girl. He was obsessed with Barbie. He was obsessed with Betty Davis. He was obsessed with Hollywood. He wanted to be a female actress in Hollywood. So he ends up somehow he gets to change high schools at like maybe 11th grade. And as a girl, he never went on hormone therapy, but the goal was to have a sex change, which he would have hated.
in the 70s.
Yeah. Can you believe
Who
it?
knew?
I know. Me too. That's why I'm like, when Max Spears was talking about the trans agenda, my brother was like a demon. It was almost like they threw a demon in my family to fuck with us. And he was the black sheep, not me. I was the
That's
normal
just
good one. I've
crazy.
always been the good one. Suddenly, my sister, my youngest sister, takes all these drugs, fucks herself up, and turns me into this demon. And now, how she talked them into thinking I too was, then they are all, I don't even know. Look, I am so stunned and shocked still to this day at what my actual siblings were capable of treating, how they were capable of treating their own mother. I'm literally, it's like you would never expect someone you love to kill your baby, would you? Would you ever expect someone that you thought, that you consider the people that are supposed to protect you, to take your child out of your arms and
No,
put her and lock her in a prison hours away? Would you ever think that? You
no,
wouldn't. So it's
no,
so fucking shocking that these are people that are older than me, bigger than me, richer than me, stronger than me, more experienced than me, thought was a good idea and entitled to make a decision about my life as a grown ass woman and my mother, who is literally dying. And these are her last wishes. They literally, I'm like, am I what matrix? Sometimes I think I dreamt the whole fucking thing. It's so outlandish. It's like, oh, seriously, guys? They like, and so I can, my brother, and then I look back and I'm like, well, you know what? This wasn't just an isolated fucking event in the last 9 months. This has been going on for years. I just didn't realize how bad it really was, like how extreme it could actually get. Now it's the thing is I didn't. There's different. A child, you can lose a child, you can lose a parent young, you can go through our rape. You can go. It's like lots of horrible things can happen in life. There's traumas of all different kinds. Did I ever think I'd have PTSD from my own siblings? Well, I mean, my brother Bobby was traumatizing me the whole time during my childhood. Every day was a day of getting through the day without him killing me or fucking with
Gosh.
me, every day. That's all I did. And when I went to go to my friend's house, when I finally made friends and would go to their house after school or spend the night, he hated it when I wasn't there to abuse. One time I stayed at my girlfriend's house so long, he called her and demanded I come home so he could abuse me.
That is okay. When
And you know
people
what? My mother didn't know what to do. My dad wasn't even around. He didn't even know what was going on. So I was on my own. My mother would literally hide in her bedroom while we would have these fights.
So this is exactly why I wanted to have this stream, because when people think of relationships, you're thinking about, I'm sure the first thing people thought when they saw that was, oh, she wants to talk about this or that,
Let
or
me
they
address this. Can I just address Hippie
y-
Grandma's comment? Because
yes, please, please,
she
please.
says he had gender dysphoria, not gay. In my opinion, he would have been transgender. So let me just address what happened. So he was going to be transgender, but and he did he have gender dysphoria? I mean, so this is what happened. I think he had gay dysphoria. He had he had self dysphoria. He had like self dyslexia. Okay, so what happened was with him, and everybody's different. He was gonna do the sex change, right? Well, it's a long haul or whatever. I mean, you got to do these drugs. He didn't, and then he realized he really didn't want to take hormones. Well, he goes through this whole thing. I get in a lot of trouble when was he in therapy? Yeah, that was the other thing. He was the only one that went to therapy. So then he got pissed about that. And he's like, why am I the only one who was in therapy? Why didn't the rest of you see, you isolate me out? You're anything he could think of to get pissed off at, he would create and get pissed off at. He would make up shit. And it was the way he was. The brother above him, the middle brother who turned into a raging maniac, I think from the alcohol, because he was always a happy-go-lucky guy earlier than that, or at least mostly. He was the opposite. He was the easygoing one. So, and the brother above him was more angry. He was the angry one. They had to buy him a punching bag because he was angry all the time. And then the third born, second son, was more easygoing. And then Bobby came along, and he was just absolutely. So my aunt thought he was gay when he was a little kid, and then so then when he was 21, no, there was therapists, but if you get a bad therapist, I'll tell you, they'll ruin your relationship. My parents, I think, they went to therapy too. And so what happened was when he was 21, he changed his mind. He decided he did not want to be a girl. He just was going to accept who he was, which was a gay man, a young man, a gay man. He was 21. He's like, I'm a gay guy. And finally, he chose to be what he really was. But he wasn't 100% comfortable with it. He was awkward with relationships, same as my dad. But my dad could get away with it because he was a successful boat builder with a badass, ability to build boats and a big reputation. So he was like a big player in the world. And where Bobby was, this weird freak, because it wasn't really cool back then to be gay. Maybe it was uncool to be gay. Maybe that's why he didn't want to be gay, because back then it wasn't really cool the way it is now. Now no one cares. Be gay. We're all friends with gay people. We really don't care. We really don't care about race. We just are happy. We're happy. Humans are very open. Americans are known to be friendly. We actually are just happy if you're nice to us. It's like, you know what I mean? We don't really care if you're gay. I mean, at this point, I don't think we do. I grew up with it. How can I grew up with trans, gay. Now he went back and forth. And in the end, he chose to be gay, a gay man. That's what he chose. And that's really what he was the whole time. It's just that probably in that macho family during that time period, it wasn't cool to be gay. He was one of the groundbreaking gay guys. He took on this role. He was attracted. I mean, I guess he was attracted to men. I mean, He was kind of bisexual, to be honest. I think he had relationships, very few, but with both. I don't know. Look, he was weird, you know. I mean,
Let me read this real quick just for those that are gonna watch the playback. Hippie Grandma asked Rose, was he attracted to male or female, if you don't mind her asking. So that's what Rose
yeah,
is going over right now.
yeah, exactly. He was attracted to men, but he also had girlfriends that he probably experimented with as well. You know what I mean? He tried to pull some weirdo thing with me one time, some sexual thing that I wiggled out of. And he was very effeminate. He acted like a typical gay guy, but he was unique. He wasn't totally. He was unique. Now my dad was super macho. Honestly would never want to be his gay son. My dad did not know what to do. He was very focused on his business, and you know, my to be honest, the weirdest thing is my brother never really blamed my father for anything. He really attacked my mother constantly. My mother took a lot of abuse from him.
So let me stop you right there. Was it your mom's fault that your brother was gay?
No, because you're born gay. There's
No, but
nobody.
in your
Yeah.
in your father's eyes, did your mother take abuse
Uh,
from your father because of your gay brother?
no, I don't. I think no. He was my dad was just a terrible husband anyway. But the thing with Bobby, neither one of them knew what to do. It was probably more on my mother because she was home. She was a stay-at-home mom, and he worked all the time. So she was the one, dealing with it. He came home for dinner, but Bobby used to get up we did have family dinner time, and Bobby used to get up every single dinner night at dinner, and end up running off screaming, going off, storming off, turning back, screaming, walk more steps, turn back, scream something, walk a few more steps to in front of his room, turn around, scream, then go in his room screaming and slam the door, then come out the door and look at the table where we were all still sitting and scream some more, and then go back into his room, slam the door, scream in his room, come back out, scream at everybody again while we're all sitting there trying to eat dinner. It just happened every night. And finally, he would scream enough time, slam the door enough time, and he'd stay in his room for the rest of the night or whatever, and then maybe sneak out later. But by that time, and that happened every single night at dinner.
So that sounds like to me he was tortured and wanted to torture you guys.
Yes, exactly. And
And
I got the most
Tosh,
torture because I was right beneath him.
okay, and Tasha wants to know, back in the 70s, was he shunned in public or did he hide it with a
So that's
bravado?
a good question. So when
It's a great
he
question.
changed high schools and went to be a girl. So he was hiding. And so when he went to the new high school, he was hiding the fact that he was a real boy, and he was pretending to be something that he wasn't, and he was acting like a girl. He was pulling it off. But there were certain people at that school that were wondering, and there was a couple of them that would call our house, got our number somehow, and called our house and would ask, like, is Bobby there? And then I'd have to be like, I would normally say, oh, he's not here. But then it was like, I have to say, oh, she's not here. And then if I got it wrong, he would berate me for fucking hours harshly. And then so I had to say, oh, Bobby's not here. They would try to trick me into getting a pronoun. And I had to be I learned to be very careful. And then I have to explain myself when he got home. And if somebody called, and if I said, well, somebody called for you, well, who was it? Well, what did you say? Well, how did you say it? Well, what did you say? Well, what did you say? Ah! And he tore every day was tore. It was like something for him to scream. Was your mom resentful towards your mom? My
Was
mom?
he resentful towards your mom?
So
Yes.
yeah, he was very angry with her. He was so mean. He blamed everything on her. One time he wanted this, he loved Barbies, right? And demanded my mother get him Barbies. So she got Barbies for him and me and my younger sister, because we were the younger ones. He was like the oldest of the three little kids, the littler ones, and then the other three were more my dad's. My dad was more involved with the boys. My mother let my father be the man when it came to the boys, and my mother was not a controlling woman at all. She allowed my father to be, and that's, you know, my brothers rose to the occasion. And the Macho Brothers. Now Bobby was a whole different story. He was the one who was feminine and wanted to be a girl, and then he decided to be gay. But at first he wanted to be a girl. And Free to Be You and Me came out with Marlo Thomas back then, and I remember him being very happy about Free to Be You and Me. This was a song and a show or something, and it was all about, being able to see that the programming was starting back then. So the thing is that I grew up with, and he was in theater, and we did plays, and he would be the director, and me and my sister would be the actors, and he would also act, and he would have a playbook. He was obsessed with movies and plays, so we did all these plays as little kids. But anyway, my mother, he wanted a regular Ken that wasn't Malibu Ken. All the Kens that were you could see at the store were always Malibu Kens with a tan and blonde hair. He had this Steffi doll with brown hair and these big brown eyes and these hands that opened and closed. There was all these different kinds of Barbies back then. And he wanted a Ken with brown hair that was white skin, not tan. And my mother couldn't find it. And he was throwing a fucking tantrum. And she was trying to find it for Christmas. And she couldn't find it. So she buys this Malibu Ken. And she covers his hair with a marker. And my sister and I watched her when he wasn't home. And she opens the box carefully. I don't know how she covered the fact that it was Malibu Ken, because how did she put him back in the box? Or maybe she found another box. I don't know how she did it, because we would think the box, somehow she covers him up. Somehow she covers his face with this marker, his hair with his marker. And then she puts regular clothes on him, because Malibu Ken came with the orange shorts. He was barefoot and he had no other clothes but the orange shorts. So my mother buys an outfit, because Bobby really wanted regular Ken really bad. And he was he didn't get what he wanted. He would torture you. So she tried to please him. So she's doing her best, he was so mean to her. And she puts the regular Barbie Ken clothes on the Ken that is actually tan. She somehow wraps it up. He believes that it's regular Ken when he opens it up as a Christmas gift then on Christmas Day. He's very happy. He's playing with it. He's like, oh, it's so weird that the skin is actually almost the same as the Malibu Ken. But he's fooled. And then he's having the dolls dancing, and the marker keeps coming off on the Steffi doll's face. and he's finding it, and he's like, why is this black stuff on her face? And he keeps licking it on his thumb.
He's getting a tan.
Yeah. And he's like, what the hell is going on here? Finally he figures out that she covered it was, he figures it out, and he goes fucking berserk for hours and and hours. And she had to deal with that, and I had to deal with it. I was the tortured by him. My younger sister, he was a little nicer to, probably partially to be mean to me, but also because she cried so easily. I was always stiff. I was always not letting him. Went with, you're not gonna make me cry. I am not gonna let you see me cry. You are not gonna get the satisfaction of making me cry. So I was always toughing it out. That's why I'm like so tough like this. But then I held in all those tears. So that's why I'm a basket case as well, because I didn't want him to see me cry, or that he had that power over me. But he did make me cry inside. But I just was like, then I would get angry or yell back, or I'd run. I used to run and then run behind my bedroom door and hold it up with my leg while he threw his body at the door, trying to get in. It was moving his anger, slamming his body up against the door, and I'd hold that's probably why, another reason I have hip problems. Actually, I've heard that because I would be lopsided holding my leg up and then him throwing his body at the door on my back and my back would be holding the door closed. Thank God there was that piece of wood that gave me something for my foot to hold up against. I put my foot way up high, bracing my door while he threw himself at the door repeatedly until he got worn out. It could take several minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. And my mother did not.
All right, Tashi.
What?
Tashi says, did he find love at all? Good
I
question.
mean, and that's what. So, not. I mean, a little bit. You know what I felt bad for him too was one time I realized that he was actually in more pain than me, and that's when I realized, oh gosh, he feels worse than I do every day. I'm avoiding him. I try to avoid the onslaught of agony that he's trying to put me through, but he really feels worse than me for him to be done. And then when I realized that, things shifted for me and in terms of my relationship with him, because then I realized that I was actually better off because I wasn't as much mental agony as he was. I was in my own, but not as bad as him, you know.
Because at that time you loved him more than you loved yourself.
Well, I didn't hate being a girl, and he hated being a boy. He hated being, thanks, Tashi, sweetheart. I love Tashi. I have such intelligent friends, I have to say. I really like how smart a lot of the people that I've found on this, internet have been fantastic, So that part's really good.
Yes, and I appreciate you sharing them with me so much.
And the fact that, here's what it was that made me, okay, so I also had like depression, anxiety, my version of bipolar, although I think it was the most normal of all of them starting out, and then got damaged. But when I had my baby, I really, a lot healed for me because she came through and like magically a lot because of her high level soulness. She's just a great, so her giving birth to her coming through me, I healed so many things. But he being a boy.
Hold on just a second. Hold on. Good night, Hippie. Good night, Dawn. Y'all have sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Okay.
Y'all hit that like on the way out.
She's going to fall asleep listening.
That's okay.
So I forget what I was going to, no, what was it? What was I saying? Oh, I forgot. Anyway, he was a tough cookie. Oh, he couldn't have a baby. He was a guy. He was a boy, so he couldn't have a baby. So he could never see, when you have a baby, you change your chemistry. Your chemistry,
right.
Now you can become worse.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And I did get worse with my second kid, but my first kid made me better. So I was grateful for that. But then my son, but the birth of my son, that really kicked my ass. And I had a lot of problems after that pregnancy, which happens a lot with the second one. I've heard that the second pregnancy, especially if it's a boy, can really do a number on the mom, which is what that was true in my case. My daughter, though, my periods got normal. My anxiety was less. I was happier. I had this beautiful baby to love. She and I were the same blood type, so there was no conflict at all that way. Whereas my son is a Rh positive and I'm Rh negative. So but my son and I adore each other. But that could be a little bit why I was a little more conflictual. I still gave birth to a beautiful, healthy, gorgeous boy. There
you go.
I'm not sure. My third child and I get along. I felt he put me back to shape. I felt like my daughters after I had her, I felt like I also got better in a way, healed something. So, but every time you have a baby, you change. Now my brother, right? So I feel like having kids helped me heal some of my bipolar, some of the anxiety, depression, whatever, that we all suffer with, but not completely, but definitely helped. Gave me a purpose in life that was irrefutable, that I love doing, right? I love nursing, right? I had fun with my kids.
Yep.
I enjoyed it. I mean, the marriage was a little too hard. And but I really embraced being a mom, and it was like I was good, and then but my son, definitely my body got worse. I don't know. Anyways, I can't even believe all the life when you're 61. It's like, God, there was so much life back then. And then I'm like trying to almost forget my past because the pain, but then I don't really want to forget it all. I had a lot of cool things that happened too. So how am I going to write
Hmm.
my book if I can't remember? But I'm also here where I'm at on this timeline, and so it's kind of like I want to talk about shifting timelines. I'm going to be writing about that. I just wrote about that tonight. I was
Wow.
writing about frequencies and shifting frequencies, and how to shift timelines. And I was watching this guy's podcast that was talking about that, and I was like, I want to talk about this in my version of this, how you can use really really hard belly laughs to shift your frequency
Hmm.
and manifest a better feeling, or a
Oh
higher,
yeah.
you know,
Oh
and
yeah.
stuff like that. So I was writing about that in my book. That's one of the things. I have a lot to cover.
Well, I mean, you've lived a long life, and I think everybody here approves of your book, so you could go ahead and just write it. It's fine. We'll all get together and write the foreword for you.
Yeah, but you know what? I do want everybody to contribute. I do want to put something from everybody in it. I got Art Goes Show's quote, and I almost like want either a quote or a paragraph from everybody that has been positively, hopefully, affected by meeting me and where I'm at right now and what it means to be objecting to bullshit as a Team Rose person, and what that really means, you know,
Yeah,
and what we got to do here,
yeah.
and what we're doing here. What are we doing here? A
What
lot.
are we doing here?
Yeah, what are we doing here? We're objecting to bullshit,
Right.
right? And while simultaneously creating with our intelligence and our soul and our heart soul mind connection what we want this world to be, while we get rid of the old and bring in the new. And to bring in the new, you got to know what the new is. And
The best thing about I, I love listening to I could sit here forever, and all of you guys can call me one by one. I'll sit and I'll listen to you. I love stories. I love people's lives. I love all of it. Um Here's the deal though. I used to ask my mom, I'm sure I made my mother sick with the questions that I asked. Yeah, I'm glad I asked them, right? My grandfather, oh my gosh, all those old people that I worked with at the center, and I would just sit there and God love them. They would have dementia, but the good thing about the type of dementias that they had was that their short-term memory sucked, but
mm-hmm.
their long-term memory was incredible. So I was actually getting what I desired, right? I wanted to know about their younger life because that's the life I don't live. There's the good thing about the internet, like, because in today's world, kids aren't as interested as I was, as maybe you were, about people's lives and what made them click, what made them get up every day, what made them stay in bed every day. Now it's on the internet, right? So I can only imagine how many generations down the line are going to be like, let's run on over here and look at what Mammy had to say back 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of do write books when you're on the internet. Like, even if you're in chat, it's there, it can be found. So, that's if there's anything good about the internet, come on back, Rose. Do I need to here? Let me redo it. Damn, I'm getting so good at this. I'm so freaking proud of myself. Good night. Okay. Um, so the deal is that like we are writing a book. We're writing a book every day as long as you're sitting in front of a phone or a TV, even a TV. It's all on the internet now. So um, that's the good thing about all of this is that your kids your kids' kids and their kids' kids will all always be able to go and read your story. And
Hmm.
that's amazing to me. So,
Hmm.
a lot of people say a lot of, there is a lot of bad on the internet. There's a lot of bad on the internet. You just have to
Hmm.
scroll through the bullshit and find Team Rose,
That's
and she'll
right.
tell you her
You gotta find me,
story.
baby. Then you're gonna be
Yeah.
all set.
And you come on over here and find Leanie, and then you
Yep.
find all these other great creators, and
Yep.
there's some great people out there, but it's not just the creators. I would love, one day, uh uh Hippie Grandma, and one day Lindley and
Yeah, well, that's a good
Warrior
idea.
Nun.
Have
You guys
people
are
up
gonna,
one by one. I think that's so cool. I
yeah,
like the one-on-ones
me
when they're not
too.
competing with all these people trying to talk. It's too the panels that have too many people are really tough, I think. I like this one-on-one. You should do it, like have interviews. That's what I was going to do when I had any interviews at all. I was just going to do one-on-ones, partially because it's all my brain can handle
Hey,
you know
listen, Tashi just said I should be proud of myself because I'm owning this shit like a
you
boss
are you're
ass
a really
bitch.
natural creator.
Excuse me, everybody step back, cause I am a boss ass
You're
bitch.
a boss ass bitch. Hashtag Team Rose. You're awesome. You are a natural
Oh, I
at it.
love you. I love you for saying that so much.
It's good. It's good.
That's funny. That's so funny.
We gotta have
But
a boss ass bitch dance team. But
uh
you are good at this, and you
I
quickly put the thing in. You're definitely a natural at hosting, so that's always
I
nice.
appreciate
Yeah,
that. I
that's
do
good,
appreciate
man.
it. I love hearing stories. Um I just adore this. And I've sat in your chat many times, didn't say a word just because I want to listen. I sat in your chat for 12 hours and cleaned my kitchen and
Oh, you
cooked and
did? Oh
swept
my
the
God! Did
floor.
you hear the?
Yeah,
Was
hell
that the
yeah.
one? Was that
Fif-
the other one or the one we just the 12-hour one that was like?
the one that they took
Oh,
off, and I'm
that was a
so glad that
wonderful.
I got it because
God,
um like I
wow.
so I was able to clean my whole house, and I have 3 golden retrievers. So my
Really? Oh my
yes,
goodness.
you have to go and look at my short videos on YouTube. They're mainly about my babies.
I love Goldens. Those are my favorite.
They are my babies, and
Oh,
but I'm constantly sweeping the floor because Goldens always have to have something in their mouth. So I let them bring in a stick from outside because they've taken all their toys out. They're bored with them, so they find a stick in the yard and
yeah.
they bring it in here and sit on the carpet and they chew it up. So then I sweep it up only for them to go out and repeat. And I'm okay with that.
Mhm,
You know what I'm saying? Like
mhm.
these are good dogs. So I and then I even took a nap when you were on that long live, but I just came back, rewound it, hit 1.25, got caught up, and then stayed there.
Wow.
So I was there. Yeah, it
That was
keeps me company.
22
It keeps me
hours.
thinking.
Did you get all 22 hours though?
I got all of it because I have a sleeping problem. So stupid. Like sometimes I'll go 48 hours without sleeping.
Wow.
And then I only sleep like 2 hours here, 2 hours here, 2 hours here, 2 hours here, and then sometimes, like the last couple nights, I've actually gotten like 8 to 10 hours sleep. But I also one of my Goldens is, she's not old, she's only 5, but she's not the healthiest,
Mhm.
so she can't hold her pee as long as my 2 little ones do. So she comes in there and she wakes me up, "Row, row, row," and I get up and I have to let her out. So it's never full sleep, it's always broken sleep because I'm always taking care of my dogs. But when my kids all left and my mom left, like I needed something. And my husband asked me, actually my husband's the one that told me, he said, "You need a dog. You need something to take care of. You've taken care of kids since you were 14 years old. You need a dog now." And that was when my mom left, and I still had my baby at home, but he wasn't a baby anymore, right? He's a teenager playing football, got all this stuff going on. He has no time to be my baby. And I
Oh,
needed something to care for that needed me. And he asked me what type of dog, and I said, I want a golden retriever. We drove 3 hours to go pick up my Cheyenne, and she is my like, I'm serious. I know this sounds crazy, and and I'm okay with people thinking I'm crazy, but I honestly know what that dog is thinking, and she knows what I'm thinking.
Ah,
We're so bonded like that. Now I've got 2 other golden retrievers, and the one right under her is a boy, and Cheyenne has had 2 litters, so she's had 20 babies. And
wow.
the minute she had her 2nd baby, and I know a lot of people don't believe in breeding. I don't wanna get into that. I don't wanna offend anybody, but don't offend me either. There's reasons why I've done what I've done, and I
Hmm.
stand by those reasons.
Hmm.
And, so when her last litter, she had to have a cesarean, and I was like, "She's done, finish, take it out. I don't she doesn't she's done what I believed her to be there for."
Hmm.
So, um, I got a male dog, and here's the truth. This is the God's honest truth. When it comes to dogs, I've got 2 females and I've got 1 male. My male is in the middle. And boy dogs will girl dogs love you. Boy dogs are in love with you. Like,
Uh,
I can do no wrong. My boy dog's name is Newt. Like, um, and he thinks I do no wrong. Cheyenne, who used to be my sidekick, she went in fact, she's a service dog. She went to work with me, um, to the center and hung out with the old people all day long, you know? They loved her. And so Cheyenne was a working dog for me, and, and then when I quit work, Cheyenne quit work, and, we were very close. But I'm telling you what, the minute Cheyenne had her 2nd litter and got fixed, she was like, "Fuck you and fuck you." Like,
wow.
"I'm gonna do what I want to now, and I'm not, like, don't tell me when to go in, don't tell me when to come out, don't tell me this, that, and the other." And I let her do that. I figure after 20 kids, you can have an attitude problem.
Hmm.
'Cause I guarantee if I spit 20 kids out of my vagina, I'd have a severe attitude problem. You hear me? Seriously. So, yeah, my
God.
dogs are my dogs I have replaced, not my kids, not my grandkids, but I've given my heart to something else too, and I've given my time and my energy to my dogs.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got on that, but there you go. That one's for free, y'all. That story is faux free. But yeah, I just posted another short of my little girl on there. Her name
Oh,
is Anichka, but I call her little girl. And
uh-huh.
she's white. She is a uh, English cream golden retriever, so she's white. But she is a golden retriever, and she knows she's the baby of the family.
Aw. Here's
So
show you. I'll show you. Let's see. Here's mine.
you do have a golden retriever. No,
Hmm.
that is a golden retriever.
Right.
Did you name it? Because I still have to name stuff like that.
His name is Max
Thank you for naming Max. I love that.
because we had a
Oh,
dog
it's
named
so
Max
and
just
he's
like him.
smiling.
I know, isn't he cute?
See,
He was the
that's
last one
yes.
at the store. And then this is my
Did you make that?
no, I found him at
Okay.
this at a
Okay.
local store and I bought him because I was like, this
Oh
is
my
the
gosh.
dog I'm trying to attract. And then this is a Maine Coon cat that I found the same day. And I was like,
Oh my gosh. And what's that one's name?
Maximilian. They're both named Max. And there
That's
they are.
quite a and they're so reflective, right?
Cute.
Like the cat's like, "Fuck you," and the golden retriever's like, "Hey, I really love you."
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are so
I
cute.
know. I found them at when I was shopping for my grandson. There was at this local one of the local hardware stores. They had this collection of amazing stuffed animals or plastic animals, and some of them were these dinosaurs that were like really cool. They weren't cheap, but I had to get one of those dinosaurs because it like roared and its arms moved and its jaw moved. It was just really cool, very beautifully done. But then there was that golden
Ooh.
retriever and that cat, and I thought, well, I was restless
There it
idea of
is.
getting a Maine Coon, and if I ever got another dog, it would definitely be a golden retriever. And the dog that I
I
loved the most was accidentally run over by my mom.
oh
Um, yeah,
oh
I
how
know,
horrible. Here,
horrible.
let me read this chat really quick. Let's see. Hippie grandma came back. She said, I thought I was going to sleep. The stories I could tell you about growing up. Poor white middle redheaded child. One day I will. And you know
Wow.
what? You hit one of us two up to tell that story because I think either one of us would host that and love and absolutely love it. Let's see what else is being said. Yes, thank you. According to Leanie, you're welcome for whatever I did. Probably for being a badass boss bitch over here. That's probably what she's thanking me for. You definitely got to schedule it, hippie, and share your story with Leanie. Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. See, you've already got an
Now,
audience for it.
if you
You've
wanna
already
put
got
anything
two.
on writing, if you wanna, you are gonna write a story for the Team Rose Writing Club, right?
I didn't know anything about it.
Well,
Uh,
I opened this year 2024 New Year's Day with the opening of the Team Rose Writing Club, the grand opening of the Team Rose Writing Club, and we read some
okay.
stories from people. Richard had a story, Richie had a story. I forget who else, but I read the stories, or they told the stories, and we I have a Facebook page for it,
Okay.
so
Is
you
it
can
under
get,
Team Rose?
yeah, Team Rose Writing Club
Okay. I'm going to write that
on
down really quick.
Facebook, and I should try to find the link. I'd have to go in and
Yes, please
deal with
find
that
the
stuff.
link. That'd be great.
And so you seem like you would, and some of the stories are short. Truth Seeker had a story. Um, Mab had a story. Uh, well, whoever, somebody else had a story. I can't remember. Oh, it was Yvonne had a story, and so I was either read. I read. I usually they wanted me to read the story. Some people wanted to read their own stories. It was really cool. It was fun, and the stories were great, and they don't have to be long. And
Yeah, I think I would like to write mine out and have you read it. That would be better, and I could do a short story about being a badass boss. I'm
yeah,
gonna use that
that'd
all
be
the time
great.
now.
That'd be great.
I've been dubbed. All right, let's
Stories about
see.
being a badass boss ass bitch. I'm gonna write that in my book right now. Like that's what, yeah, stories about being a badass boss. See
There you
here.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and let's see. Great concept to have a life story interview on the internet for family to always look back on in many, many years to come. Yes, I think it's fabulous. Let's see. Thank you, chat. Did Warrior Nun leave us? I hope not, because I
I
really
don't
want to
know.
thank him for Warrior. You have been a great mod, young lady. Proud of you. Yes, I so much appreciate that. I don't even want to talk about it right now. It's just going to be long-winded, but some chats piss me off. And I think it's the creator's fault, so I'll just blame them. Um, Leanie breeds Goldens. I do breed Goldens, and I know a lot of people don't like that. I don't breed Goldens like I don't. My babies have been raised. All my living room furniture gets moved out
Well,
except for
if you're
like a
not gonna do
chair
it, who's gonna do it? Why are people against it? How else are you supposed to?
because people say that there are so many people dogs in the shelter and stuff like that. And
Oh,
believe you me, I get that. 100%
oh,
I get
BH had
that.
a poem. Yeah, thank you.
Um,
I
but
see. But
my
Goldens are
babies
special.
my babies are not left out in. I don't have these breeding pens outside. My garage is not set up for a breeding pen. My babies literally are right here in my living room. I am
Mhm.
with them at all times. I am interacting with them and their parents and my other dogs at all times. I don't even really have a program. I'm going to tell you this just really, really quick. The reason why I bred Cheyenne in the first place, I didn't get a dog to breed a dog. It wasn't about that. It was just that Cheyenne and I were so connected. And when I couldn't talk to anybody else because I was fucking mad at the world when my mom passed, Cheyenne heard everything, everything. She was the only person that I allowed in that room with me. to listen to my mom's Elvis music. She was the only one Cheyenne knew, and I thought, everybody needs a Cheyenne.
Who's Cheyenne?
Everybody. Cheyenne is my first golden.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, everybody needs a Cheyenne. Well, then Cheyenne started, she became a therapy dog. So she used to go to work with me all the time and stuff like that. And I had people all the time asking me, hey, are you going to breed her? Hey, are you going to breed her? Blah, blah, blah. So when I bred Cheyenne the first time, I did, all of her puppies went to people I knew. Every one of them went to people I knew. The problem was that my family members, and I've got a huge family, did not get any of her puppies because I had already promised Cheyenne's puppies to people. So
Oh,
then I bred Cheyenne the second time, and mostly it's my family members or close friends that have Cheyenne's puppies. I am still in touch with all, I still call them my puppies even though they're grown. Um, and so Cheyenne she's retired now. She's fixed. She won't, she won't have any more babies. What's out there is what's out there of her. And I pray that whatever if Cheyenne's puppies could give a fourth of what Cheyenne has given to me, they're going to be better people from it.
oh,
Um, and then I ended up, like I said, with Newt, who's my boy dog, and
thank you,
then
Warrior.
I ended up getting Anichka, my little girl, and I absolutely am going to breed her only for probably the same reasons. But um, I don't know um, when or how far that'll go. But so it's not like I breed, make money, anything like that on it. It was an emotional bond with Cheyenne, and I wanted other people to feel that. And really, to tell you the truth, I wanted her lineage to go on. I have her pedigree. I I have all the testing done on her, her heart, her hips, her I have all of that done. I have her DNA. I have all of it to make sure she was healthy enough to be bred. So I didn't do it irresponsibly at all. And because I wouldn't have put her through that. But she was a healthy dog, and I was, and anyways, that's the thing. So
Yeah.
um, nobody has to, you know, agree with it, or you can agree with it. That's okay. But I'm all right with God with it. And Cheyenne said it's okay, but after the second one, she's like, "Fuck you, I'm not doing it again." And I was
Yeah.
like, "Right on, sister. You don't have to do it again. Let's get
Yeah.
get rid of that uterus."
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
did. We moved on. Um, so let me finish this up real quick. Manifesting Max. A lot of these I don't understand because they're probably before me, like BH had a poem. Can you enlighten me, Rose? What does that mean?
Oh,
BH had a
BH,
poem?
right. He was one of the first person I read. Yeah, BH had a poem for the writing club. You can also write a poem.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Got that.
Yeah.
We still need purebred or they become extinct. Thank you, Tashi, for saying that. I appreciate
Yeah,
it
I
so
mean, my
much.
sister bred these Goldens she had, and it was hard. She said they'd whine all night, and there was fleas, and they were
Oh no.
super high
I never
energy, and they was driving her crazy, and she doesn't really have the calm patience for it, like you know.
yeah.
So she of course everything always stressed her out so much. So but yeah, she acted like it was the most, having puppies was just really challenging for her. She couldn't.
Oh no. You know what? I thrive in it. Um, I just I don't know. It's so healing to me that something that little depends on you and just loves you
Mhm,
unconditionally, like thinks
mhm,
I'm the shiznit. And
mhm.
obviously Tashi thinks
Of
that of me too now. So what
course, I mean,
up?
so I'm looking at. I see your first live stream. It says first live stream. Bring a beverage. Is that your? That's your first one.
That was my very first one, yeah.
So who was up on panel? That one. Do you remember?
I want to say Tina came up in I want to say yeah, but she wasn't really up on panel, like she just had her picture up there, and then
Mm-hmm.
she was busy taking care of the cats. So it was
Mm-hmm.
kind of just her talking about the cats and then me talking to the chat, I think is what it was.
Okay.
It's so
So
sad that I don't remember a whole lot, right? I remember the
and then
second
how
one
many have
more.
you had since that one up to this one?
This is the third.
Okay.
So the second one I did by myself,
Hmm.
except for Tattooed Rebel came up just for like because I was talking about Delphi, and
Oh, right.
and Tattooed Rebel came up and was so kind to say that he had done a live on it and that I was welcome to use his stuff and then commentate. But when I did the Delphi thing, I didn't want to do it as in like Richard Allen or the courts or the PCA
Hmm.
or the corruption in the police department or the Odins. I wanted just to
Mm.
remember Abby and Libby and then also tell a story about that I had never shared with anybody about me taking a trip to Delphi. So
Mm.
that's all that was. So because I wanted it to be about that,
Hmm.
I I didn't use Tattooed Rebels stuff, but I absolutely plan on going and listening to it because he and I do know we have different thoughts on it. He believes that Richard Allen is not the right guy, and I do. But here's my thing. I love hearing why. If you could tell me why you don't believe the way I believe, then we have got a conversation. If you just tell me I don't fucking believe it and you're a fucking moron and blah blah blah, blah all this,
Hmm.
okay,
Hmm.
I might be, but tell me why. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like. You never have to agree with what I'm saying,
Hmm.
but back your shit up
Hmm.
and get me to thinking because I might understand you and you
Hmm.
might make me think, "Oh my god, I got all this wrong. Let me figure this out." Or I might
Hmm.
not. But give me the
Right.
option. Just don't come at
Right.
me with I'm a fucking moron for believing what I believe. No, tell me why. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And I'm
Yeah.
good with that. I'm
Right.
good with having I'm good with disagreeing in discussions.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
actually I thrive on that crap. I should have been in the debate team, but I didn't stay in school long
Ah,
enough for that. But I did
that's cool.
I did go to my sister's prom, so I made it there. Let's see. Yes, you are an awesome mod. I appreciate you so much because there's no way I could thank everybody. Thank you, Warrior. You're the best. So wrong. No, we're right. If you're talking about you being the best warrior and the best mod, we're right. We're right about that. Nope, you did it perfect. See there? Team Rose, 100%, 100%. Awesome, Tashi, 100%.
Oh, Tashi
I agree
doesn't
with
think
that
BK
too.
did it. So, Tashi, who do you think did it?
Oh,
Do you want to come up and talk? Yeah, who do you think did it, Tashi? I'm kind of curious.
I'm so interested in that.
Yeah, me too. Who do you think did it?
Tashi, please come up. It's only us here. I mean, we
Yes.
won't tell anybody. We promise. Our lips are sealed, sister. I feel the same about the Ida 4. Oh, see, I believe BK did it too. Oh, Tashi, we got to talk. You got to get in my brain, girl. Get in my brain.
I was always see. I think if he did it, would it?
Well, she's going to come up,
Oh
Rose.
my
What up?
God, that's awesome.
What
Oh
up?
my
Hold, let's
God.
see. Invite, copy. See, I have to walk myself through it, but I'm not hiding my crazy out here, y'all. All right, Tashi, come on. School me. Give me some schooling, girl.
He didn't have a motive unless he was paid. You don't kill four people like that with no. You have to have a motive.
Lindley, stick around. This is going to be good.
What do you think his motive was, Leanie?
Which one are we talking about?
BK Ben Koberger.
I think a lot is going to come out about this. I think that he was actually stalking um Maddie.
Yeah.
I absolutely do think that. Um and I think I just think there was some kind of shoot down. uh,
Shoot down?
Meaning I think that he either gave her a compliment, she didn't respond, or something like
You think he
that, and
killed
it
her over
just
that?
or just said, I think he's a complete incel, complete incel.
So what is an incel exactly
An
again?
ins an
I've
incel,
never really understood what it meant, but go
it's
ahead.
it's okay. An incel is someone who thinks that he's deserving of a relationship, um, and people don't see his value of it. Tasha, you coming up here?
Like
That people
that guy who killed that girl because he was angry at all the women who never went out with him or something like
are
that.
so I'm sorry, I'm
Carry
trying
on.
to
What? It's somebody who
there
thinks.
you are, love bug.
Let me wait. Let me turn this off.
Where is she?
Okay, there we go. There she is. You're talking about
Toshi.
Oh, hang on, hang
Roger.
on.
You're talking about Papa Roger?
Uh,
Not Papa Roger. That's who I do believe
that
that was
young
BK
pretty
too.
boy, that kind of with dark hair, that
Yeah,
entitled
it's
college student.
what's his name? Yes, I do think it was just like that. Yes, absolutely.
He
Yes.
but 4 people.
But
Yes.
Papa
I don't
Roger
think
has
he went
come back. He's back
that was
online.
debunked though. But that was debunked that it's not the same one.
Oh, it's a different one?
Yeah. I'm in like 4 groups there. It's a different one and they're all roasting them because somebody did the IP or whatever. But I think there's a lot that's not going to come out obviously until court, but I think it's going to show that the original was Papa Roger because BK was the Papa Roger because before it ever even came out about that the weapon was a knife, or before it came out that the knife sheath was left, and they were talking about um, the evidence that was left behind and stuff like that. He actually said in the group, and I was in that group, I was there. I didn't talk to him, but I was watching them be shitty with each other. And I was there when he said, well, maybe what they have on him is the knife sheath. That hadn't even been released by the police.
Wow.
That hadn't even been
Well,
released.
he. Do you think he worked alone?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely. But I don't think he went there to kill 4 people.
yeah, but he said, yeah, but he said, did anybody else get arrested? Remember that?
Yeah, but you say stupid I would think if it was me, if it was me, I would say as much shit as I could say. I mean, he already knew that this was a um he already knew how big nationally this was. So if I'm getting arrested for something, I'm going to say as much shit as I can to put other stuff out there, to put doubt out there. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because if he's so fucking smart, he says, um, he tells them that he wants to get back to Idaho to exonerate himself. Bitch, exonerate yourself. You mean to prove your innocence? So I don't know, but Tashi, I really want to hear your take on this completely. And while you're doing this, do you guys mind if I grab a cigarette real quick?
No, I've just lit one myself.
Okay. Well, I
Go
can't
for
smoke in the house, but I'm gonna have myself muted, but I still have my my ears in.
it. Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah, but tell us all about that. Who are we
So
starting with first? Are we starting with BK or are we starting with Richard Allen? I live in Indiana, so go ahead.
we'll go with BK because I don't know anything about the Delphi case.
Okay, go with BK. I'm a listening.
Okay, so I've always thought, right from when, like before they even arrested BK, I always thought that this has something to do with drugs, and
Me too.
I believe that it has something to do with drug trafficking.
I agree.
And I don't know. It's just my gut instinct is telling me that BK was a scapegoat in a way, or possibly a driver. Possibly that if he was involved in it in any way, a driver. But I really do believe that he's a scapegoat. It trips me out how there's no trace of any other evidence other than that knife sheath. That, I mean, you had how many people in that house before police were called that could have planted that?
Mm.
In my opinion, like if that's they must have. You would think they must have more evidence that they're not telling us yet, that to be able to keep him, because if everyone knows that there were kids inside that house, at 8 hours after it happened, and
The
that's
kids
the
got
only
together in the
evidence.
morning. That's the other thing. It was the kids, bunch of kids got together in the morning of that house, and they all hid the paraphernalia.
Yeah,
you know, so that's another argument, or that's another bit of evidence. And of course, we weren't there, but I believe that happened. That would be a drug related incident if they're
I
high.
think
When
I think there's inside knowledge. Whether the police in the area are involved in the trafficking or just turn a blind eye, I don't
I
know.
think they kind of have to be, according to one documentary I watched. That town is huge for trafficking, so there has to be insider cops to get away with all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even I watched that thing just recently with my mom, the one with Betty and them in it, on Netflix. And
Oh, I didn't see that. Was it any good?
yeah, it is good because it refreshed, my mind, because I really haven't been following it that much. I follow Harsh Reality on YouTube because he and I sort of think the same along those lines of, but why weren't the doors locked in the bedrooms? That's one of the recent ones that I've watched. They replaced their locks in their rooms. Why weren't the doors locked? Why weren't, like there's lots of different things. I think that those housemates have something to do with it. Just the fact that the police weren't called, and what is it? Fraternity is the boys. What's the girls' one? Sorority?
Yeah.
The sorority kids were all called, and I don't know. Someone did a live or a show on the sororities and all of that, and one of the things with the Greek sororities and fraternities there is that if there is anything, it's a bit like a church, I suppose. A lot of cultish churches will turn around and say, come to us and we'll sort it before you call the police, type thing. And that was that sort of was implied that was their rules as well, like we sort it in-house type thing,
right?
The fact that I don't know, the fact that the university got given the house and then they were in control of demolishing that house, like it's just really strange.
What's that
events.
about exactly?
Yeah,
it's a well-known drug house in a well-known drug town, and actually the one of them, Kaylee or Maddie, was saying that she had told somebody everything, and then they were like, they're going to get you, Maddie.
yeah.
And there's these revenge killings that are pretty serious,
Right.
and I
And
think
who are they? Like there's
the
obviously someone these people are all scared of.
yeah, absolutely.
And
some cartel leader, probably the head of some big gang.
yeah.
All right.
And I don't know.
I just want to I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. You go. I lost my train of thought.
So, it's okay. I just want to kind of break down some of the thoughts. Okay,
Yeah.
so the first thing we thought about was the knife sheath and how many kids were there and stuff like that. I will be the first person to say, and I'll stand on this until I'm proved wrong, that yes, there were kids in that house way before the police were called. Do I think they swept it for drugs? Yeah, they swept it. They cleaned it out. Because these are kids, right? They're not
Yeah.
thinking, "Oh my God, a murder happened. We're all busted." When the
Mhm.
last thing the cops are going to think about is how many drugs are in this house at this point.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's a whole second thought thing. But these are kids. What do you
But they're
expect
not
them to
that
think?
young. I mean, they're young adults. They're not really kids. They're not 6.
No, they're yeah,
Yeah, but you
no,
would
no, I
think
get
that
what
out
They're
of a
in
group of
college. I mean,
people, there would be someone that would turn around and say, "Nah, fuck this," and call the
see,
police.
I have a
yes.
feeling these kids seems like just from listening to you say that, I'm thinking, God, these kids knew what was new. They must have, maybe some of them are more in deep with the drug thing than actually. Supposedly, one of the girls was selling drugs and then was like maybe wanting to get out of it or something. And then
Yeah.
if you're going to get out of it, then you become a risk if you're going to talk about it. And
Yeah.
maybe one of them knew too much and they had to get rid of her or something. Or she was a risk because she knew too many people that were part of it or something. When she became a dealer, maybe she got in too deep and then wanted to get out, and then it was like, I don't know, because I mean, the thing is that another thing I heard was that the bodies were actually arranged in a really weird, creepy way that was connected to some cult or some kind of club. It was like a message, and that they didn't tell the public about that. But it was pretty gruesome. There could have been some, trigger warning, like some with the organs. I don't know, like some pretty weirdo shit that was specific and we don't hear about, and that was maybe cult related or something with involving killing a certain way as a message. I think could have been a lot of message
Well,
about this.
well, from the sounds of the interviews with Kaylee's parents, she was the most mutilated, I guess.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Kaylee, God.
yeah,
Mm.
and I, I don't know. Does it have something to do with what she's told someone? Like
Mm.
the only thing with that is when she told Adam everything. That's what she's heard saying on the way home, and then whoever it was that was walking with them turned around and said, "They're going to get you, Maddie,
Yeah.
Kaylee or Maddie."
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
whatever was said, like you would think that if it was said that night, that it would be too soon to organize something like that, unless it was, just the fact that there's no tracking, there's no blood stains going outside. There's
Yeah, well,
no,
no, there was
like,
blood, but yeah, I know. The whole thing is so. See, to
it's so
me,
weird.
Koberger always acted really weird afterwards. And to me, it seemed like he was being overly protected. He was looking smug, like, or I felt like he was. He was like the pretend fall guy. Like he pretended that they wanted. Look, they have to put an end to the crime. So they like pretend that he's the guy so that people think that he's been caught, but he agrees to play that role knowing that they're actually going to get him off.
Does somebody have it playing in the background?
I have a fan going. Might be the fan.
Oh, okay.
I'll turn it off. Is that better?
I hear a doggy.
Yeah, he's a little shit. He wants to come in.
No, everybody was
Come
just
on.
breaking up there for a minute, so I could barely hear Rose, but it's okay. No, so what I want to know is, I know people are saying that it's possible that the knife sheath was planted. Listen, I don't put nothing. I love. I'm not gonna lie. I back the blue. I love the police.
You do?
Everybody, I do. I love the police. Do I love them all? No, no, not at all. I think
Why
there's
do you
some
love
that
them?
are everybody. Uh, why do I love them? I guess I was raised that way. Respect. I still have that respect kind of
See, I
thing.
was
I'm the
raised.
type
I
of
was raised the opposite. My family, we didn't. They didn't. They didn't. The message that I got was that they didn't like the cops. That they didn't trust them.
no, no, no. You have to. Okay, just a little
My
backstory.
parents.
I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. My shortest time my shortest time being a child growing up somewhere was in Carson, California. If you went two streets over from when I lived in Carson, if you went two streets over from my block, it was Compton, California. Okay, I grew up in gang territory.
Mhm.
And so we had cops in and out of our house all the time
Oh wow,
because there was so much gang activity and drugs and everything else where I come from.
wow.
And there was an understanding my dad had with the gangs and with my dad was in the military, so there was an understanding he had with the gangs and with the the people who did the drugs. And um and that was that if nobody messed with his family, get the word out. If nobody messed with his family, that that they wouldn't have a problem out of my dad. Now, the guy who was the biggest drug dealer, this is God's honest truth. I'm not lying to you, I'm not blowing anything up. The guy who lived right next door to us was the kingpin of all that drug stuff going on, right? So my dad went over there with a gun strapped to his hip because he is the last living cowboy in America. And he went over there with his gun strapped to his hip, and they had a one-on-one. My dad knew what was going on over there. That's when we moved into this house. He knew what my dad stood for, and he said, "Look at here." He said, "I will never." My dad told him, "I will never, never turn you in for comings and goings that I see. That's none of my business. I want it off my property. I don't want my family in any harm's way. We can live in peace right here. If you happen to jump over my fence, because we had an 8-foot wall behind our house, he said, if you jump over my fence to get to the other one to run from the cops, he said, I'm going to lock my door, not say a thing. That was held up for 8 years that we lived in that house. Not one person ever messed with us. Not one person. It's like the gangs took care of us and the drug dealers took care of us. But at the same time, the cops were always at our house because we lived right next door to them. We had the wall up, so they had to come and search our backyard to see if they could find any of these guys. Well, my dad would give them time. He knew about what was going on, make sure they were out of the yard, and then he'd open the door for the cops, let them go straight through. But I mean, my dad was a smart man. You know what I mean? He is a smart man. He was smart enough to know you kind of have to play both sides when you're in that situation. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
to keep
So
your family safe.
yeah, I was always taught to respect the cops. Now, and I'm also the type of person that I'm gonna find the good in you the minute I look at you. I'm gonna find the good in you, and and I've got my heart broke a lot because what ends up happening is the truth comes out, and then you end up, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
you feel
I
foolish.
I yeah, so I feel
Mhm.
foolish but that's just who I am. Like, I don't think, "Oh, you're gonna respect me, and then I'm gonna respect you." No. I give you respect, and then what you do with that is on you, and it's gonna determine our relationship. That's the way that I am. That's the way I'm always gonna be. So I back the blue. I believe in the blue
Hmm.
as a whole, not as individuals. Because I'm going to tell you what, I don't know how many people I've heard say, I fucking hate the cops, like the cops are pigs, blah, 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 blah. Who the hell you calling when you got problems over there? You ain't
Yeah,
calling
exactly.
me because I'm going to
Yeah.
be over there going, y'all hate the cops. Remember? No, no, they
Mhm.
don't even like y'all. Go away. They can handle that's me and my attitude. So everybody loves a cop until they need a cop. That's the way I look at it. Um, so you can say that the cops or whoever planted that that sheath, right? But how? Tell me how there's DNA on in the clasp of the sheath underneath the clasp. They didn't have his DNA yet, if you remember. They found the sheath whenever they found the bodies. The sheath was laying next to the girls. Okay. That's when the sheath was found. It was not put out that they had the DNA on the clasp of the sheath, not the part that you push down underneath that. How did they uh, how was Brian Koberger's, not his daddy's, which is how they got Brian Koberger's DNA through familiar DNA. How was his DNA on that sheath?
Well, this is my theory is that he's maybe tried to be friends with these people, thinking that he's cool or whatever. And I'm not saying police planted it. I'm saying that there's a possibility that one of the people that were in the house prior to the police being called planted it to set him up. In my opinion, like it's a possibility. You know, maybe maybe he sold a knife to someone. Maybe uh someone stole a knife from him. I don't know. Maybe it was someone else's knife and he's touched it at some point and they've planted that knowing that he'd touched it or was maybe the last to touch it or I don't know. To me, it's not black and white that he's done it.
Yeah,
Mm.
me neither.
And you know what? I can get down with that. I mean, I I appreciate you saying that because that gave me something else to think about. So I appreciate that. BK was fascinated by serial unalivers, studying them and how they felt about their behaviors. That is very true. Um,
Hmm.
I'm not saying that he's not a shady motherfucker because he's a
yeah, he is
weirdo.
a shady
He's full
motherfucker.
So,
blown.
but
Yeah, he
who
Yeah,
do you
is.
think
he's.
actually did it then, Toshi? If he wasn't hired to
I
do
think
it, or
more
he had
than
a
one person did it, and
hmm,
possibly,
gosh,
possibly either drug trafficking related. Some sort of maybe older people. I don't know, or some sort of fraternity group gang did it. I don't know. I
maybe he was
followed
one.
when
Do you think
this
he? Well,
when
maybe he was one of the killers.
he could have been. He could
Yeah.
have been.
Right.
He did only say when he was questioned, or he gave an alibi or something. No, it wasn't an alibi. One of the, maybe it was prosecution or whatever, asked him in court why was he driving around at that time, and his excuse was lame. Like I admit it,
What
like
was
it was
it?
lame. I like to drive around at nighttime on my own.
Huh.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was
How many
strange.
and how many times past the house? I like to drive around too, but I'm going to go out somewhere and then I'm going to drive right back. I'm not going to keep circling the same house. I mean, to me, there's too many coincidences. There's coincidences, and then there's behaviors behind the coincidences, and there's too many of them. There's
What do
just,
you What do you think about Kim, the WSU lady?
I think she's full of shit.
Do you? See, I
Yeah,
think there's some truth to her story.
Well, what did she
I think,
say? I don't know what.
I think she has gathered enough information, um, to try to make herself relevant. Does that make sense? I'm not saying what all she's saying is wrong, that it didn't happen. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, I think, um, because of course people talk. So I think she gathered enough information to make it her own story and and try to get that 15 minutes. That's what I think. I don't think she actually had all the information. I don't believe none of that was firsthand, like she says it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the information absolutely could have been completely it makes sense, right? But did was that her story? I don't think so. I just I just
Did
don't.
you watch
It,
the Paramount thing with Betty and Olivia and them?
is that where Olivia went and
It's like
interviewed
brain.
the parents?
It's like telling the story so far of what they know and what they've found, and it's got all different YouTubers on it. Um,
No, I actually haven't. I didn't even know that had come out yet.
yeah, it's out now. It's a 3-part thing. We watched it the other day, and they actually show her face. Like she
Really?
actually, yeah, Kim, she shows herself. And one thing that struck me on there was, you know, she was saying that all these kids, including her daughter, were privy to the murders um, hours before, and they were all in Snapchat groups. And this is where they were getting all this information that, you know, these kids have been killed, and before the police had even known. You know, she's talking like
Mhm.
8, 9 o'clock in the morning. She knew about it, or her daughter at least knew about it. And one of the other people that came forward, I forget his name, but it was a fraternity kid, I think. And he got Olivia to come to his place, or they met up anyway. And he goes into his Snapchat to try and find the logs. And there's that, I think it's like 12 hours or something, has been erased from Snapchat history. And he's like, wait, how does this happen? Like, how? And, you know, some people could turn around and say, well, yeah, because it never actually happened and you're full of shit. But then they asked a retired FBI agent if it's possible for them, you know, for the FBI to erase something like that. And she said, 100% it
Oh
is.
yeah, I believe
And
that
they will
too.
do that. And
Oh yeah.
this kid's like just dumbfounded. Like, no, there's been a murder happen in our town, you know, with school kids and stuff, and you're trying to make out like I wasn't on Snapchat for 12 hours. Like, no, that's impossible. I'm on Snap. You can see right up until that time that they're talking about, and 12 hours later, it's like completely erased. And he's like, this is just not possible. So that's fishy in itself, you know, like it
Yeah, but
kind of.
sometimes I think I do think that that happens because like if you try to go back and find the original Papa Roger stuff, if you try to go back and find Brian Koberger's stuff on Reddit where he was younger and he was running a poll about um, have you ever unalived somebody? Have you ever killed somebody? And how did you feel before? How'd you feel afterwards? All that's gone unless someone's got screenshots of it. The originals is all gone. They've swiped all that, but it has to make you wonder, did they swipe all of that stuff, including the Snapchats, if that's the case, um,
Mhm.
for trial?
Well, yeah, it's either, but at the same time, they have to show what evidence they've got to Koberger's side, don't they?
Yes, they have to give discovery, but they don't have to show discovery to us.
No. So, and with all the gag orders and everything, I mean,
Right.
we're not going to know until we watch it.
Right. That's why I'm saying I think a lot is well, I know a lot's gonna come out and we're all just gonna be like, "Do what?" Like, I really think one way or another with the BK case, I think it's gonna be black and white. I don't think there's gonna be any gray areas like Delphi. Delphi has fucked themselves up so bad that there is gonna be a huge gray area and I don't think that's ever coming to justice. But I do think once the trial starts, with all the stuff that they've done, like swiping social medias, um, getting all of his accounts and things that he's ordered and subpoena, even Google subpoena and even Amazon. I think all that's going to tell a story, and it's going to be so black and white. But I think until then,
It's all
I
just
think,
speculation. Yeah.
right. I think
Mhm.
part of what I think about it's right. I think part of what you thinks about it's right. I think all of us have figured out a little bit of it, but I think in the end we're gonna be like, shut the front door. Like
Yeah, it's
seriously,
definitely
that
going to be. It's going to be one of those cases where we're going to be glued to
yes. Oh
the
my God.
screen.
We have to make a pact that we're somewhere all together. I have chill bumps. I have chill bumps, okay? Thinking about it. But it would just be so cool, wouldn't it? Just to sit and just, especially all of us that all have different theories and thoughts and just trying to figure out a little bit here and there, learn more from it, just to be together
Mhm.
and go, yeah, you were right, girl, you were right, you were right. Oh, excuse me, I was right about that one. No, you were right about that one. You know what I mean? But I think there's going to be these huge bombs that just blow up in this case that all of us are just going to be like, holy fuck. Like, who would have ever thought? I think it's going to be totally black and white. Totally.
Lindley says she hasn't seen it yet. Lindley, it's on Paramount Plus, but I don't. We like over here. Mum has some program that she can get all of that for free. So, but yeah, it's on Paramount Plus, and I can't even remember the name of it. I'm sure Betty or Olivia would have it on there. I know JLR is on there. He's funny.
I
There's
know Gray Hughes. Have they done Gray Hughes yet? Thank you, Rose. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate that. Very enlightening. Can't wait to read the book. Have
uh,
they done Gray Hughes yet on it, or do you know?
I don't recall seeing him.
Okay.
It's on Paramount, Melly Joe.
And so there's
Uh,
going to be 3 parts to it, and they've only played the first part so far?
no, they've played 3.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
because
watched all
there
4.
it may be a different one because I saw something in someone's chat talking about it, and I asked him if that was the one that Gray Hughes and Rick Snay. Lindley, you might know about Rick Snay. He's from India too. Um, and I wonder if yeah. So I asked somebody if that was the same one, and they said no. So I'll have to check it out. That would be interesting to watch because I'm all about listening to other people's theories about it. But like I said, I've got my own thought, like the whole knife sheath. But you gave me something else to think about that, he could have sold the knife. He could have. And they could have just left that there. I don't know. But I'm gonna tell you what, that motherfucker has something to do with it for sure.
I've
For
never
sure.
not thought that he had anything to do with it or was connected in some way, but I just don't see him being the one who's literally slaughtered 4 people and then got out without a trace, except for a tiny little button on a knife sheath. Like, it's to me, it just feels I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. And I really feel like there is some sort of drug um connection to it.
Hmm.
But I'm that type of person as well. I like to uh the whole innocent till proven guilty
Yeah.
scenario. I know a lot of people are like, no, he's straight up, he's guilty.
You know,
But
and
I don't know.
and even if he is guilty, even if we all were just like, he's so guilty, he's guilty, um, I still believe that they need to have a trial, you know what I mean? And be tried right and let him try to defend himself, even though I don't want to hear his stupid fucking mouth. Um, but he has that right, correct? We
Yeah.
we all have that right.
But
But
then
I
how
will
does that work with the grand jury? Are they going to be able to pick a jury, or is it this grand jury going to be who's in charge of the whole show?
No, they did file a request. I don't remember which one did it. They refiled a request to have it moved to have it moved out of Latah County because they don't think they can um, get a fair jury. So the jury will be picked from people in the whatever community it's in.
So
Um,
were they granted that? Like, is it going to be moved, or?
I thought they said that they weren't going to move it, but that doesn't mean that it won't be moved. You know what I mean? Like they could file another court filing or whatever you want to call it with even the grand jury to find that out. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't see this going to trial before 2026 anyways. We're not going to trial next year. And it kind of
No.
pisses me off. It really does piss me off kind of. And I'm sorry, I don't like Ann Taylor. I don't like her. Y'all, could you? I could not be an attorney. I could not, especially be a public defender, because I'd be sitting there going, you know, you are guilty. Judge, he's guilty. And I'm not defending him. I just couldn't lie about it. I would be like, Fucker said he was guilty. He's guilty. And then I ended up in jail for 6 months for messing up client, uh, lawyer, privacy because
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it. I think it takes a special kind of person to do it, but that don't make me like her anymore because I don't. I just don't like her.
Yeah, but she's got to be good at her job. Like,
Yeah, she's got to be good.
and she's apparently one of the best. So, I mean, I thought maybe there would be a conflict of interest, because she had represented at one stage Xana's mum, but
Right.
they let that slide. So,
Well, they came out and said something about she didn't, her firm represented Xana's mom. She didn't personally. Now, how
okay.
true that is, I don't know. I mean, at this
Hmm.
point, what do you believe anymore? Who knows
Yeah.
what to believe? I'm telling you, I was so naive to so much stuff, and I know this is just throwing another wrench into this live, but, like this is how dumb I am, and Team Rose would appreciate this so much, or she just would be flabbergasted, probably more flabbergasted. But like for years, my husband has been telling me stuff about adrenochrome and selling, you know, body snatching and the selling of, the children's trade. And I'm like, nah, knock it off. Like quit
Hmm.
saying that about people. And then I started doing my own research and I'm blown away. And
Yeah.
I was like, I am so sorry. He's like, because he's not the type of person that's going to be like, here, read this. He's like, you just need to do some research and find out what you're surrounded by. And so finally, I got tired of hearing his mouth. I am, I'm telling you, when I say I have lived in a bubble, believing that even our government, like when a lot of stuff came out about the government, I was just like, that's my government. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I vote for those people. I love those people. Look, he's just a sweet old man. You know what I mean? Like, looks are so deceiving. And that's what I mean about one of the flaws in my personality is looking at somebody and just being like, I respect you and I love you and let's be friends and right on. I'm there for you. And then just being heartbroken when I find out you corrupt motherfuckers, like every one
Hmm.
of you, I don't want nothing. And so when I found out about all this stuff, because I've been watching true crime for as long as I can remember. And it's just now over the past 5, 10 years maybe, that all that stuff is actually coming out in the court systems now. Hollywood is telling on themselves, people are leaking shit, and it's all so true. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been living in such a bubble. And I don't know.
I
It's
haven't
a
I
hard
haven't
lesson to
gone
learn.
down I haven't gone down a lot of those rabbit holes, but
Oh God.
yeah, I'd probably go crazy if I did
It
go
is.
down those rabbit holes.
And I think about people like that are in different countries, like y'all's country. Like, do you deal with the shit that we deal with here? The rioting, the hate mongering, our own government wants us to hate each other. That's the truth. People don't want to hear that, but it is the truth.
Mhm.
So, do
I
you guys
mean,
deal with that?
we do, to a degree. It's not as, oh, what would the word be? It's not as extreme as it is over there. Like, we see on our news, we see you guys with your riots and your protests and stuff like that, and it's like a huge deal. But here it's a little bit more laid back, I guess.
So, are you
Um,
guys floored by what you see on the TV of us over here? Are we like the laughing stock, all the shit that's happening in our government? And I mean, just be honest. I'm so curious. I want to talk to every person on every continent, or at least one person on every continent and one person in every country, and find out, are we the laughing stock? Y'all must think
um,
we're just fucking crazy.
I don't think you're the laughing stock. I think America is very uh, what would it be? I guess it always comes to mind that Green Day song, "Don't Want to Be an American Idiot, One Nation Controlled by the Media." And that's sort of what I always think of with you guys. Like, you're fed information, and that is one thing. It actually um, comes back to that whole Paramount Plus friggin' thing that they did on this Brian Koberger thing. Is it has people there from the actual media who are poo-pooing the likes of us who follow true crime on social media, and basically they're saying, yeah, but we do it by the rules. And it's like, yeah, but who controls your rules? And they're trying to discredit social media sleuths and stuff because uh, they're sort of free to do it. So that the way that they discredit them is by basically saying they're just doing it for money, to make views, clicks and views, to make money off merch, blah, blah, blah. And it's
Right.
like they're trying to discredit them, but your media is owned by the massive billion-dollar corporations, and they just want everyone to be fed that same narrative, and
Yeah.
uh, when you watch it, you'll really get that sense. You'll be like, there's a couple of them that are reporters and stuff, or writers for magazines and papers and stuff, and you're just like, yeah, well, fuck you, bitch, suck shit, social media is
Uh,
taking over, and you've got to fucking deal with it, basically.
that's that is
Because
exactly right.
you're getting the truth, and what they want to show you in the media is very uh, well, it's one
It's
narrative. They
biased.
want to they want
Yes, it's
Yeah,
yeah,
biased,
it's
yeah.
completely biased. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
the thing about social media is there's a lot of shit on social media. We all know that all over the world. But
Yeah.
I think like you, the reason why they hate social media so much and they want to discredit it is because really social media is the only place where we have a voice, right?
Mhm.
Nobody's
Mhm.
gonna they could come and interview me and I could be like, well, the government's fucking telling us this and that and the other, and they're hiding this and that and the other. They're not gonna air that. They're not gonna air that.
No.
So, because that's not that they don't want us to know the truth.
Yeah.
And
And a lot
so
of Americans are sheltered. Um,
yeah, yeah,
and that is sort of, with YouTube and TikTok and all of that, it is an eye opener to see when Americans are all in a chat and they're all talking and stuff, and you just sort of kick back and think, wow, we are in a way more free here, but
Yeah.
we also still have to abide by, our laws and all of that. I don't know. I just, and then you've got the whole gun thing. I mean, don't even go there. We don't have guns here. And, we, I don't know. It's just insane.
It's
But then there's a flip side with the gun thing, because should our borders be attacked, we're just sitting ducks. We've got no protection.
mm,
Whereas you guys do have protection, so but then you guys have the gun violence that comes with owning guns, and we have very little gun violence here. So I don't know.
there's
I
pros
don't
and
think that
cons
you're
to
a
all of
lot.
it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you're the laughing stock, but you're very patriotic, passionate people, and sometimes I'm finding a lot more open-minded Americans that want to know what the rest of the world is like, but to
Mhm.
begin with, it was very narrow-minded. The people that I was listening to and what have you. I just think a lot of Americans don't even realize that there is a world out there, you know,
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
that a whole world exists with many, many cultures and many. Whereas we're very in Australia, like I'm from New Zealand, a little old New Zealand, and then when we moved to Australia, it was a massive culture shock because you know, not even just the sheer size of everything, but just um, everything is a lot more extreme. But then you guys, like my idea, my idea of you guys is like you guys are like 10 times more extreme than Australia is. So it would be a culture shock, I think. Like, say I was to go over there, it would be a major culture shock for me.
Oh, yeah. I can
Yeah.
imagine. And listen, I I've grown up in big cities, I've lived in big cities, I've lived in small cities, and, I've lived in small towns, and, and I refuse to ever live in a big city. Um, I am a small town girl now. I have been for the last 22 years, and I would never live in the big cities because I get culture shocked. I'm like, "What the fuck are you people thinking?" Like, grow some freaking moral, like, it is ridiculous, the stuff that's on the streets. It's so ridiculous, and it's so hard to watch, and, um, I there's no way I could live in big America. There's no way, because the truth of the matter is morals are so different with, even with your neighbors. Like, I'm different than the person who lives next door to me and stuff like that, but at least I'm not bombarded. Like, I can walk down the street and not be like thrown things at me that I may not want to see, or I may not want to be involved in. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm safer in a small town. The values are different. Old buildings are beautiful places, and whereas bigger cities are tearing down our the old buildings and stuff. So, yeah, we could go on and on about it, and it's crazy, but I just would like to. I like learning about people, and I don't know how we got off on all of this, but
Bit of a tangent, but it's okay.
almost almost a 5-hour live. Oh my God, who'd have thought I would have ever done that? So I'm probably fixing to shut this down. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning here. My husband's gonna wake up in a minute and be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
I'll jump down and let you close your show out. But yeah, thanks for having me up. It's
Oh
been
my
fun.
gosh, thank you for coming. It's been very, very enlightening. I love it. Thank you so much.
All right. And I don't speak for everyone in Australia. I saw
And I don't speak for every American, and
yeah,
I'm okay.
yeah.
You're okay.
Okay, cool. All right,
Thanks,
I'll catch you.
Tashi.
Bye.
All right, guys. I did not mean to keep you guys this long. I thought maybe it was going to be an hour, hour and a half. Never did I thought that it was going to turn into this. I am so, can I just say how thankful I am for every one of you for sticking it out. We've had some really good topics. We started off strong into what I wanted to start off with, and then it ended up going into different kind of avenues that, but I feel like every avenue and every street we went down was a fun ride. And I just thank both of you who came up here with me, Rose and Tashi. I just I'm so thankful that you guys give me your time and you listen. And oh my gosh, for the most part, we had 15 people in here for the at least listening for the whole night or watching or fell asleep with the stream open. I don't know, but it was nice. And Warrior, you are a warrior, the real MVP of the night. Thank you so much for saying hi to everybody and bye to everybody for me. I appreciate that. If you don't want that wrench, throw it back at me. If you want it, please keep it. Lindley, I really would like to make you a mod as well. Um, and if uh, um, any of you, I don't want to make my whole chat when I get 50 people in here watching that has a wrench. Um, but I would like you know, the real MVPs, the OGs over here that have stuck with me. I appreciate it. So if you would like a wrench, let me know. I am on Facebook. I have a Facebook that's According to Leanie. You can find me there and send me messages through there. I don't know any other way to tell you to find me other than that. I would love to hear from you. Love to hear what you guys want to talk about. I'm open to anything other than hate and stuff like that. I'm not into hate. So I don't mind discussions and I don't mind disagreements, but I'm not doing hate. I'm not doing hate bonding or none of that bullshit. I don't do it. So thank you guys for coming. I pray all of you guys have a good day and that just at least once today you find something to smile about. All right, guys. See you next time. Thanks. Bye.